Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to formally commence the program with the recitation of the Holy Quran.
In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون. To the work of Allah altogether, and do not become divided. And remember the favor of Allah upon you, when you were enemies and you brought your hearts together, and you became, by His favor, brothers. And you were on the edge of the fire, and He saved you from it. Thus does Allah make clear to you His verses, that you may be guided.
Jazakallah. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise in honor of the national anthem of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I'm Sana Maqbool and I will be the Master of Ceremony today. On behalf of the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, I welcome you all to the Pakistan Startup Summit 2024. It is an honor for me to be hosting today's summit because it's extremely important to talk about the startup ecosystem, something that we've all heard a lot about in the past few years. It is not only important in terms of what the startups bring about, but also in terms of what it does for the country. And we've seen numerous such conferences take place, but unfortunately, they end up in mere discussion. And we hope that is not the case for SECP's Startup Summit. And it is because we have some of the brightest minds gathered here today, not just in terms of the startup stakeholders, but the decision makers that can influence and make the change that is necessary. And we hope that is the case that comes out of the discussion that will follow today and tomorrow's program. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to understand why the startup ecosystem is integral to Pakistan's economy and its future, and to understand the needs that startups have and the way that we can help them, encourage them, and enable them to grow. The Pakistan Startup Summit, of course, is also featuring some of those startups today, but they're just a glimpse of what the country has to offer and the kind of solutions that the young minds can actually bring forward and aspiring entrepreneurs can do for the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be exploring a range of topics as part of the conference today and tomorrow that not only talk about these solutions, but also regulatory discussions, strategic partnerships, and the way forward in terms of financial banking and investment that is important in terms of the future and success of the startup growth in the country. And so, of course, the SECP has brought together these stakeholders today to ensure that this discussion is fruitful and that we're able to move forward in the right direction. And so I encourage you all to engage in these discussions and take part and make sure that we move towards tangible actions beyond the scope of the conference as well. Ladies and gentlemen, in the beginning, I would like to also invite on stage for the welcome address and to set the stage to help you understand better what the Startup Summit will be about. The address by Commissioner SCD, Mr. Mujtaba Ahmed Lodi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable guests, excellencies, distinguished speakers, entrepreneurs, and esteemed colleagues. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. It is a privilege to welcome you all to Pakistan Startup Summit 2024, a gathering dedicated to fostering innovation and supporting the ambitions of Pakistan entrepreneurial ecosystem. We are here today not only to celebrate the progress of our startup landscape, but also to engage deeply with the challenges and the opportunities that defines its future. The summit over the next 2 days will bring together visionaries, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders committed to seeing our startup ecosystem thrive. The objective of this event is to create a space for meaningful dialogue where we explore strategic perspectives and identify actionable steps that can help create more resilient, supportive environment for entrepreneurs. As Helen Keller once said, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. This summit embodies the spirit of collaboration, bringing together diverse minds with a common vision to build a stronger foundation for innovation in Pakistan. Each session, starting from today, fireside chats to tomorrow's innovation-focused discussions will shed light on vital areas such as capital market access, female entrepreneurship, regulatory support, and digital infrastructure. The anticipated outcomes of this summit include actionable insights and collaborations that will amplify SECP's commitment to building a conducive environment for startups. We aim to unlock vast potential of capital markets, harness the strength of digital innovation, and support entrepreneurs navigating today's challenges. Your active participation, insights, and partnerships will play a crucial role in shaping brighter, more inclusive future for Pakistan startup ecosystem. We thank you for being here and look forward to a productive and impactful summit together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lodi, for those words. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, it's very important and integral to the discussion as we move forward. how we take this in the future and how we set the direction for the startup ecosystem. And again, these words are something that we hear often, but in terms of action, substantial action, that's not just in terms of optical value, that's not good in numbers, good in pictures, but in essence, in the ways that it impacts our society, in the ways that it impacts our startups is extremely important. And that is the agenda and aim of this conference as well. Ladies and gentlemen, next, I would like to invite for the key address, Chairman SECP, Mr. Akif Said, to please come forward.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Esteemed guests, dignitaries, more importantly, the entrepreneurs and young entrepreneurs, and of course our partners in the whole arranging this summit, which are CDC, ADB, NCCPL, Karandas, who have partnered with us in terms of holding this summit. What does it mean for SECP and for the market as such overall? I'll come to that, but standing here and welcoming you, it's an immense pleasure and honor for me at the opening day of this summit. It's just not an event for us at SECP. It's a testament to the resilience, creativity, and forward-thinking mindset of our entrepreneurs who are redefining the boundaries of possibility in Pakistan economic landscape. I look at it as meeting of two particular aspects. One is the youth of Pakistan, and on the other hand is the technology. Youth with the median age of 20 and two-thirds population below 30, that represents market opportunity. At the same time, as policymakers, one has to be mindful of it, be it preparing the frameworks or even for that matter as a corporate sector regulator. I believe, and this is just a suggestion at my personal level, not take it as something as a regulatory intervention on the way. We have a female director mandatory to be on the board. I believe the corporate has to think in terms of age also. So age aspect has to be kept in mind when you are forming a board. I'll not define youth, but discussing this conference with the team, I set an agenda which never picked up and is not part of it, but nevertheless, I'll say it out here. I think going forward, this will be an annual event, but I think we have to reduce the age of the participants 5 years, every year going forward. So we reach a representative group of people standing here. With the two-thirds being on under 30, I for sure is a dinosaur just waiting for my time to end. Second is, I think within the youth, second part is the gender aspect. With female participation at only 22%, I think this presents, the technology part presents an excellent opportunity for females to be part of the overall entrepreneurship or the business landscape, be it as a 9 to 5 or be as a leader, business leader as such. Second is the technology, which for the regulator is a complex, but I believe it's a tool which has a lot of benefits in terms of outreach. But one aspect which is not discussed, which is at times embedded and or can be structured, is the RegTech part of it. We can lower the compliance cost and our headaches by building a lot of checks and balances within the technology. I think one case in point, which few people know, but brokerage industry has welcomed it, is the establishment and the operationalization of eClear, where 39 compliances or the overall regulatory requirements have been taken over through technology and has substantially reduced the cost. Other day, I was at the InsurTech, I think similar concept in terms of having a repository where the information can be shared and then can be double-checked on an instant basis. Again, something which can be enabler for the whole ecosystem. I think SECP, being mindful of the landscape, started a few years ago. A few of my predecessors, Farooq Sabzwari, who's not here, and Amir Khan, they were the one who planted the seed in terms of the digitalization of SECP itself under the program LEAP, and secondly, listening to the market through regulatory sandbox. You will hear over the next 2 days what we have achieved and how we have gone about it and what further needs to be done as far as the regulatory sandbox. I'll briefly touch in terms of what we have done for the startup ecosystem. Back in 2021, startup definition was brought into the company's law. We've started end-to-end digitalization of our whole process. Our company registration process is, as we speak, is predominantly digitalized end-to-end. Further improvements are on the way, and it will be more in shape of a product, which will have a meaningful impact on the company registration and the doing of ease of doing business. I think regulatory sandbox I've touched on, but you will hear people who have been successful and people who have been unsuccessful. So I think when it comes to startup, my personal belief is there's no unsuccessful because we learn and we apply it and we move forward with better ideas. So we have published a concept paper, not a concept paper, but in terms of the position paper, which outlines a whole journey in terms of the regulatory sandbox. It is available on our website. I would love the participants to have a look at it, give your feedback, whatever the improvements we need, we should be doing it. Our focus is on creating an environment where startups can thrive through access to capital, mentorship, and strategic partnerships. I think I believe at the policy level, coordination is required. And I must appreciate there are people here as we speak, have flown in from Islamabad, representing the organization as NADRA, PTA. So idea was to bring all the people together, and I think we will learn as much as from this podium and the stage, but I'm look forward to the sideline discussions which will take place on a bilateral basis. People will get to know each other and understand how they're going through and how they're handling different issues being faced by them respectively. Innovation is essential for creation of financial system. And I'm pleased to report that the measures taken by SECP to energize the startup space have already started yielding dividends. Our regulatory sandbox has provided startups with space to test their solutions while ensuring investor protection and financial stability. A number of success stories, new products have them, but the key issue is there enough, whether it translates into the numbers, put a meaningful impact on the financial landscape from the non-banking financial sector point of view. I believe this is just the beginning. These are the building blocks which will yield results as we go along and we coordinate better, and access to data particularly makes it much more accessible. But of course, any technology, any innovation presents its own challenges. Coming in terms of technology, I think cybersecurity and personal data protection are the two areas which we need to be mindful as we go along and adopt technology as an enabler. Today, our startup ecosystem stands at a unique crossroads. On one side, we face challenges, economic pressures, infrastructure needs, and regulatory landscapes, and must evolve to keep pace with global standards. On the other side, we see remarkable opportunities to reshape markets, drive inclusive growth, and harness our nation's youth potential in ways that are unprecedented. At SECP, we believe that enabling strong regulatory environment is essential to bridge the gap. Empowering our entrepreneurs to innovate while maintaining stability, necessary for sustained growth. Initiatives like the Regulatory Sandbox, Innovation Office, and LEAP are not only milestone in our journey, but also foundational step towards making Pakistan a regional hub for innovation. To conclude, I would just like to mention that this summit is an invaluable platform for exchange of ideas and can serve starting point for meaningful collaboration among stakeholders. over the coming days. Let us leverage this collective expertise to generate ideas, forge partnerships, and build solutions that will drive real sustainable growth in our startup ecosystem. Together, I'm confident that we can prove, pave the way for an environment where our entrepreneurs can thrive, creating lasting impact for our economy and society. I would like to thank you and every one of you for your commitment to cause, and I look forward to conversations, innovations that will emerge from this summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akif, for those words and for bringing up two very important integral aspects of any discussion or any way forward, and that, of course, with regards to the involvement of youth and women. And I'm honestly very, very happy and pleased to see that each of the panels that is part of the summit has women in them. And this should be the norm, but unfortunately, it isn't. I've seen many panel discussions without the representations of females, and I'm really glad and I laud SECP for being able to do that. And I think that deserves a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about experience and the way forward, it is integral to have our mentors and to have the discussion with those people who have gone through those journeys. And that's why it's important to have the founder's perspective as well, to know about those people who can move forward in terms of what they have learned and share that knowledge with the rest of us so that we also can learn from them. It is important to understand the journeys that they have gone, the challenges that they have met, and the way that they have overcome them, and how they have been able to provide innovative solutions that are locally met and that are also aware in terms of the needs of the society that we all live in. And so it's important to hear the perspective of those entrepreneurs as we move forward. And our next fireside chat is all about that, helping us learn from the experience of others. For that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite on stage the head of digital, Karan Das, Mr. Taimur Ali, to please come forward for this fireside chat and introduce our panelists for this discussion as well. For the panel discussion on this fireside chat, let me also invite on stage Ms. Maha Shehzad, who's the founder of Ascaro. Do we have her here? Or is she joining us online? Okay. And we also have Mr. Nadeem Sheikh, CEO, Neem Financials. And Mr. Umair Ansari, CEO, Abi Private, who's also joining us online. Over to you, Mr. Taimur.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, and I believe everybody can hear me. I'm excited to be here working at Karandas as the expert for digital financial services. Life working in the finance is really hard, so these events are really a breather. Really happy to be joined with the accomplished founders, Nadeem here, and then Umair and Maha joining us online. I just wanted to check that if we have the connection through to the online participants. Umair and Maha, could you hear us? Maybe anybody from the administration team can. I think let's wait for the connection to work and then we can give out. So while we wait for the online participants, there are some key stats that I was looking at based on startups. Karandas has been working with startup for the last 7 years now, and this is what we have also figured out. But the stat says that there are more than 90% startups that fail in the first 2 years of their business. Situation could be more grim for Pakistan, but even more astonishing for me was 80% of the unicorns fail after they achieve the stage of being a unicorn. which means they have made their business case successful, they have made their businesses successful in the markets that they are operating. But even then, after becoming a unicorn, they fail in 5 years of their incubation. So we all understand that it's not an easy game. The breed that starts a company is altogether different. We have these warriors here with us, so we'll listen from them. And meanwhile, we check for the connection. Fahad, if you could check, we have the online participants with us. Do we have them with us? Umair, could you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Use a little bit of voice from there. Yes, Umair, are you here?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you as well. You might have to speak a little louder, but
Sure.
at least you are here. So thanks a lot for that. Could we also check on Maha? Maha, are you here? So let's just kick off with Umair and Sheikh Saab. And Fahad, as soon as Maha is around, please do give me a signal so that I know she's here. I'll now formally kick off the session now. And let's just start with Umair on the law of inclusivity that's sitting not in proximity. So, Umair, thank you for being with us. Since this is a fire chat, so let's keep it a little casual. What was your journey starting off the business last year?
Sorry, Timur, I can't hear you at all.
Where is it any better now?
Slightly.
Could you hear me now?
Very faint.
I'll give it another shot now. Where could you hear me now?
No, it's gotten worse.
Okay. Just talk about your journey starting your business in Pakistan. If you could start that.
Apologies, it's I can't hear a thing right now.
I'll have I'll get back to where I'll try to sitting online, but
investing in 10 other emerging markets. And you can tell stories about every emerging market has own markets, right? It's not that somehow, Pakistan is the worst possible place to be. Right? Can it be easier? 100%. Can it be easier to navigate? Absolutely. But we have been here now 5 years building the business. We have been able to get our licenses within time. We've been able to scale the business and get the right sponsors. So I'm not coming from some of politics. Oh my God, this is really hard. It's really tough. I think we come from some thought that setting up businesses anywhere gets really hard.
So I think let's take a little bit talking about new markets. I understand that we are into a banking service model, but I think let's elaborate on why this model in Pakistan and what is the opportunity that we have in
Great question. So look, we looked at it, and this is a learning, having seen a lot of fintech platforms that are spending time with JazzCash, the CEO, understanding the landscape, understanding the local need. We spend a lot of time in the agriculture sector, the SME sector, getting already in the brightest and the healthcare sector, logistics as well, and seeing what was required. What we found was a lot of the businesses, whether they're digital businesses or corporates, really did not have the right kind of payment infrastructure to enable them to put up their business. Right? So what we are trying to do was streamline that infrastructure, like companies like Stripe does, Rapid does. There are companies like that in Indonesia. There are companies like that in South Africa. So there are probably about 10 or 12 people like us models. So we already focused on the B2B because we felt that if you could crack the B2B, then that gives you access to the C. Right? So if you want to get to 250 million people and solve for financial wellness, it's very, very hard to do it as a B2C business. Right? So you have to think about how do you embed yourself in a unique Pakistani way. Right? It's not a cut and paste. You take a model from somewhere else and say, okay, leverage apply it in the East. Right? And so when people get sort of caught up in are we banking and service, are we embedded finance, are we a lending and service play, all those are for me are nuances to the same thing. Are we open banking? All those elements have to come together for you to be able to formulate the right use cases to make them. Right? So we are a little bit embedded, we are a little bit in banking, we're a little bit banking and service, we're a little bit regulated, but we are also operating where we can be partnerships within the banking one. So we try to bring a set of products focused very much on the platforms, the digital platforms and corporations where we can service their needs, whether that's payments needs or lending. Right? And that's what we're trying to do.
So if let's say that this model is executed now that the banking services will start to run on the
Yeah, I will object to that. Because it's not really, we're not trying to aggregate banking services as they exist. So we're not really trying to get people to get open a checking account with us or savings product or payment credit cards. What we're trying to solve for is their working capital issue that they have, right? Which may require a set of banking products, may require other products. So for example, in our mix we have they need KYC products, they need credit data, they need payments information, they need some transactions to be able to conduct it in a streamlined way. They may need an account underneath, that's one small piece of it. They may need a card, which is also a small piece of it, and they need other lending products. So it's a big amalgamation of a whole bunch of things that come together. So if you think about that as a service providing, which entails some unique stuff we do in the how we do it, plus also then bring in stuff together, especially in the way they're saying no to what doesn't work, and really trying to figure out what is the right model for Pakistan. Some of the businesses name are fully focused on Pakistan. Right? They are thinking about Pakistan. They're not saying, hey, I'm going to open the shop up and first thing I know is I'm going to go to Saudi or UAE. Well, if I want to do business in Saudi, I'll not be sitting and then I'll go to Saudi. I'm not going to anytime soon. Right? So it's a so those folks are figuring out what is the nuance, and so that majority of saying we have to create a local business which works for Pakistan in the Pakistani context, and it's not a cut and paste that we will borrow somewhere and try to buy it. I think that's where we are really getting.
Let's take a moment and so I'll continue ahead with Naveen. After Naveen, we talked about some of the things getting changed and enablers getting in place. How do you see Pakistani market on the resources? When you talk about resources, there are technical resources that you have to capitalize, there is human capital that you have to look forward to or run the business, and of course then there is infrastructure, local infrastructure, which needs to show up. Like in case of Pakistan, we have now implemented an institutional system now, which could be capitalized for business transactions. So how do you see resources shaping up for startups?
Perhaps, I mean, it's a multi-layered issue, right? So maybe I'll start from, is there talent in Pakistan? Is there hungry, passionate people willing to do and learn? 100%, right? We see them all the time. Is there a set of experiences that they already have, where there's a level of maturity and so on? The answer is no. Still, you have to do a lot of building up those skill sets in-house or within that ecosystem we form, right? And there's a level of maturity that's starting to come, but we have to, we as startups and then some of our friends from the digital banks have done ourselves a service, right? Because we have overpaid people, we have overinflated titles. So someone that works for 6 months in a marketing job suddenly becomes head of marketing, and that doesn't work, right? So we have to be a lot more firmer flat, right, as a ecosystem in terms of saying what is the right talent, and the talent requires depth, right? You can't just become someone expert in something by reading about it and doing it for 2 weeks. To be a product manager, it requires time and effort and learning. So what we're trying to do a lot is creating the environment where we are looking at companies outside in terms of how they're building it. So we use our network to connect those folks. So our product folks connect with those product folks. So Unit is one of the and set the standard saying I'm not trying to be better than the company next door. I'm trying to be as good as anyone else out there in the world, right? So how do you do that? So culture around that. Infrastructure is getting better, right? I mean, when we met at Jazz 5 years ago, Ross was still is come. There are lots of places in the world that don't have real-time settlement. We do, right? There's a lots of now, but we have to be patient with this. Everyone kind of walks up in the morning and says, "Oh my God, why is there no use cases, no volume going through?" It takes time, right? The market is figuring it out, how to integrate it. We are very excited about the opportunity of some of the use cases, especially when we start getting to P2M and so on. That will be a game changer, but it won't be a game changer overnight. It will take time, right? The infrastructure in terms of the local infrastructure, companies like Rapid are doing interesting things. Amazon, Google are here, so we try to be able to use cloud services. The technology maturity of developing API stacks and SDK stacks across the board. I mean, even the banks now have these things, right? And they have like good teams and so on, very thoughtful people. So I think that is coming together. We just have to be patient with it. We also have to make sure that the talent we are grooming is, has holistic skills. It's not just, I know this tool and I know how to work it. A product manager is not just about, hey, I can do a design in Figma, right? It's kind of really thinking deeply about the product, and that is what we have to, as entrepreneurs, as leaders, and so on, have to create the environments for our folks to be able to grow in that space.
I see how an entrepreneur sees an opportunity and talk all positive. So I'll make your life a little difficult with the other questions, but I've been signaled that some of the online participants have joined. So maybe I'll check again. Umair, could you hear us? There you go. I could see Maha and I could see Umair both. Could you guys?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's some distortion, but it's coming through.
I think this is good enough. At least you guys are here, can hear me. So I'll just kick off with Umair. There was a lot of chat going on with Nadeem, but let's include you. So Umair, the talk is around how, what are the challenges for startup to get their businesses up and running in Pakistan. So tell us about your journey. How have you decided to pinpoint Pakistan as a market where you wanted to innovate? And explain what challenges did you see at the beginning of setting up your proposition here in Pakistan?
Yeah, look, thank you for having me on. Look, challenges are in abundance when it comes to a startup, let alone doing a startup in Pakistan. You have to face numerous issues when it comes to new segments, which you're trying to innovate in, because what you don't have is a framework specifically when it comes to fintech, which is obviously what we're in, of exactly what you're trying to be able to bring to the market. What I mean by that is regulation. What I mean by that is market acceptance. What I mean by that is even funding. I'd say we were very lucky in terms of when we were launching in the country, that the world was a beautiful place and checks were being written left, right, and center, and Pakistan was the place that people wanted to put a lot of investment into. So we were very lucky in terms of when we were starting the company from a funding perspective. However, beyond that is where it starts getting difficult. I always say raising money a monkey can do, but execution is the part that actually is the most important. And so for us, it was really teaching the market and having almost a first mover disadvantage of teaching the market what exactly EWA is, how it is beneficial for your employee base, how it is beneficial for the businesses. When you're doing that, you're really teaching the market something new that they haven't done before. And so there's a lot of friction that you face on that. That's one aspect of it. The second aspect, and look, the SECP has been fantastic through this entire journey of ours. And I'd say it's one thing I tell a lot of regulators in other markets as well as investors, is that we wouldn't have been live in Pakistan if it wasn't for the SECP and having a kind of seat at the table to explain exactly what we're trying to build, because it really wasn't done before. But with that, with new ventures comes new learning, and as well as going through some of the problematic aspects of trying to bring that to market. So I say the regulatory aspect as well was something which took us some time to be able to navigate and build from there. Lastly, it's the businesses. I'd say again, it is new, and it was new, and so for us, we really need to kind of let the market understand what it is we're trying to build, getting those first set of clients on board to be able to show the market that this is something that works, because we knew it worked. And in terms of Pakistan being a market that we first kind of focused on, it was a no-brainer, to be honest, from a very holistic top-down point of view. Having seen what has transpired in places like Indonesia, Egypt, Mexico, Brazil, there's no reason why Pakistan cannot catch up with what these markets have been able to achieve. And it's just a matter of patience. So that's the key part of operating is raising capital because scene of saying, hey, I'm here with an idea that you're able to actually build a business. So kind of we've gone through in the past few years to be able then to see product market fit kick in for you to be able to actually take advantage of that and actually grow your business. So I'd say those are the few things that we focused on, and I'd say that have been challenging for us in the recent past.
So thank you very much for your words here, Umair. What I also have seen in Pakistan, and growingly this is coming from the startups, been working with them, that the regulators are being very facilitative, which means that even if the path is difficult, the facilitation comes in handy in order to get to a stage where you can launch to your consumers. Let me involve Maha here now. So Maha, bas karo. What an interesting name that you've given to the business. I believe this is a B2B2C business, but we'd like to hear more about it from you. And up till now, we've not touched upon the access to capital part of the startup. So maybe you can talk about when you started, what were the avenues? Were there any challenges around that? I believe this is a challenging domain, and we can all talk about it once you have showcased how it has been for you.
Okay, well, thank you so much for having me on the panel. So, Umair and I both started our journeys at different points, and so I think the story we're going to tell is going to sound very different. I didn't start Bus Karo till 2022 summer, which is around the time when funding essentially dried up from Pakistan and to a great extent globally. And so for Bus Karo, at least in particular, fundraising is a very difficult thing to do, especially because of the sector I've picked. Which happens to be one which we've seen some failures in, and right before I had started this. And so fundraising has been tough, but we've been at it and you know, slowly have raised and just been extremely capital efficient, and that's still around today. To answer your other question, sorry, I think the other thing you asked was around regulations and around support.
The startup capital that you have to raise in order to get to, you know, the ground. So how has been the market and environment there for Pakistan when you are an early stage startup?
Extremely difficult. If you look at the last 2.5 years, there hasn't been much capital that's come into this country. You'll see very few, you know, at least pre-seed and seed stage companies that have raised funding. The ones that you do see raising are companies that have been around for much longer and have matured significantly more and are now raising later stage capital. And so things have been slow, but I think that's starting to also change and things are picking up now.
So thank you for that input. I'd like to involve Nadeem back to you now. So, I mean, investment, one part of it where you have to have certain capital raised for your business. Your argument on that, and also we've seen that there is only 40% of the population included when it comes to access to internet, and then every other day that access is hampered. How does that impact startups when you have tech set up and when you have to acquire your consumers digitally?
Yeah, it doesn't make it easy, right?
Of course. How?
Yeah, it's hard. I think we got lucky, right? Just going back to what Maha was saying, you can at the start you can raise too much capital too early, and you can spend, and then you don't know what to do with it, and you can waste a lot of time, right? We got lucky that we also started raising capital when the funding was drying up, so that we managed to raise just enough capital and really allow us to really focus on what we need to do, right? And I've seen this model being successful, right? I mean, at the start, you can do a lot of things right and still fail, right? So it's not doesn't mean, so capital is just one element of that. We had to speak to, I don't know, 300 investors globally. We were quite picky about who we wanted to be on our cap table. We want people who understand the context of Pakistan, understand the context of what we're building, understand the context of emerging markets. They're not going to run away because someone burned tires or the currency is fluctuating, because that happens in emerging markets. Someone that actually is going to invest, but also then step back, right? They're not there to run the business. That's why we are here, right? As entrepreneurs, we are running the business. We need their support from a network point of view, from a capital point of view, from perhaps opening up channels and so on. But I don't need them to run my business, right? That's not what they are, the capital. So there's a lot of that happens, and so you have to kind of navigate through that. And we are, that side of the, business, if you may, we're also learning in Pakistan. There's been a lot of, the last 4 or 5 years, a lot of first-time entrepreneurs and a lot of first-time investors who have come in as well, right? And some of them were tourist investors. We came in and they thought it was a very nice place and let me put some money in. And those tourist investors, which we've seen in many markets, I saw this happening in London, right? London FinTech, we initiated FinTech in 2010. The regulators and the sandbox, which I was a paper started in 2014. Right? And there were a lot of tourist investors who ran away in 2017, 2018 when the markets were turning. Right? So it's not like this. I haven't seen this picture play out. Right? Yeah, of course, the infrastructure is. So luckily, we don't have a business, right? We have a B2B business, so we are a little bit insulated from that everyday internet up and down, but it makes it really tough. Makes it really tough to do businesses when either internet or randomly declare holiday every week. Something holiday comes in because something is happening. Someone visiting. Those things are really impactful and and really have a lot of detrimental impact on business.
Yeah. So unfortunate that due to technology we were unable to find that at the right time. But I'll get to Umair here. And Umair, your opinion on again the access to internet for people and businesses getting affected from outages that we have been seeing recently.
Sorry, can you repeat? It's very
Yeah. So talking about infrastructure, let's say internet as an infrastructure for an access channel for the consumers. Now, we've seen access limited to 45% of the population, and even then there are certain limitations which get without breakages, getting internet without breakages. When you are offering a service to digital consumers, that is a hampering factor. So as a startup, how badly it is affecting the business, and what are some of the recommendations to maybe government institutions to make this thing fixed for startups to kind of start having consumers, transactions, volumes?
Sure. Look, I'd say you have to work with the hand that you're dealt with and not the hand that you hope you have. And what I mean by that is the current state of affairs in Pakistan right now obviously requires a little bit more investment. It requires a focus in terms of not having these downtimes when it comes to the internet. But at the same time, as you building a business, you have to be pragmatic in terms of what the current state of affairs is and navigate that accordingly. What I mean by that is we can sit here and say, oh, the internet's not working, oh, this is not happening, therefore my business is not growing, and this is the reason why it's not going to work. No, I think that's a BS excuse for new entrepreneurs. What you need to do is focus on trying to make it work with what you have. And what I mean by that is, for example, I'll give you an example. For example, there's a company which is very similar to ours at the beginning, where internet penetration is high, where smartphone penetration is high. But at the end of the day, people did not want to actually use the digital platform to be able to access their earned access. So you know what the company did? They set up stalls at the factories and handed out cash. They're one of the biggest companies in the Philippines currently, and it's the most non-tech fintech that exists currently. But it doesn't matter. The point is, if you are able to fix a problem in the way that people want access to your product, that's what you should be focusing on. And so for us, that's what we do. We have numerous channels that people can access us on. So it's our app. It can be WhatsApp. It can be SMS. And we're even looking at a cash payout aspect as well, because at the end of the day, we are here to serve our customer base wherever they are and however they can get served. So I don't think there's any recommendations I can give to the government. The government's much smarter than I am when it comes to how to fix infrastructure. And I'm sure they're doing their job of focusing on trying to fix that. I don't think anyone likes to have a bad infrastructure when it comes to telco or internet in general. All I'd say is it's not our job as entrepreneurs to go and fix what's happening from an infrastructure perspective. It's your job to be able to get the product to your customer in the way that you can to be able to build your business.
And perhaps alternative delivery channels must be explored in order to get access to your consumers, and that is perhaps the real enabler that can create your business. So, moving towards the end of our talk here, let's talk about the future that the founders see in their businesses. So, I'll start off with Maha. With the current affairs, the current state of your business, like, how do you see yourself shaping up? In 5 years, where do you want to see Buskoro, and how have you planned to reach?
Sure. So I think I'm just going to go back to what Umair, I think, just rightfully said, which is, I think as entrepreneurs, we just focus on what we can do and ignore all the other noise around it. Right? And I think Buskoro solves a very critical problem in this country that needs to be addressed in the real world. Public transport cannot be entirely solved by governments alone. Right? We just don't have that kind of funding. And there's a huge population of people who need affordable and safe commute. That's what we provide. And given the kind of business that we're in, I think irrespective of whatever else is going on, we're focused on just scaling that up and giving that access to everyone who's here. So that's in a nutshell what we're trying to do.
That's great, and wish you good luck with that objective. Umair, your response to this, where do you see yourself in future in Pakistan? Do we, as a founder, have a view of 5 years, or do you have a different view on that?
Look, this is something which is very important for anyone to start with. If you think you can get very lucky and have an exit in 2 to 3 years, but the average life cycle for an exit for a business is close to 10 to 15 years. So let's be very clear, you need to be patient with what you're trying to build. So 5 years in a 15-year view is actually short. What I will say is that in Pakistan, 5 years can feel like 15 years because you go through numerous cycles during that period of time. However, you just need to be pragmatic in terms of what you're building. However, the other thing I'd say is that I put out a note earlier this year to our investor base, kind of saying that I think the worst is behind us when it comes from a macro perspective in Pakistan. As we started seeing that through the business in terms of how we were seeing transactions, payback, that are coming through, I think we're in a very solid position right now for us to be able to take advantage of, I think, the upcycle that happens in the next few years in Pakistan. So for us, we're seeing all-time highs when it comes to transactional value across our platform of both businesses, and I don't see that changing going forward. Obviously, you have to be careful on anything else that happen in the interim as macro cycles change. But I think we're in for for the next at least 2 to 3 years.
Thanks a lot for that response. I'll go to you. And how do you see yourself as Neem shaping up in the next 3 to 5 years? What are the things that opened up, and what is that ultimate goal to achieve? It's a difficult one, but
I wish I had the luxury to think 5 years. I'm basically thinking about a month in this, but look, I think we identified a big problem. It's financial wellness, and it's a huge problem to solve. We will be really successful at it and make small dent in it, right? Because that's how vast the opportunity is, and lots of players in the market trying to do that. We could do a lot of things right and still fail. Right? So the problem set we're trying to solve is huge. So I'm hoping that what we're trying to do is just that's what I want. Where we'll be in 3 to 5 years' time, I hope that we have made impact in that. We've created something that is world class, made in Pakistan, world class. We are at the moment very much focused on Pakistan. We have no desire to go into another market today. We think you have such a huge potential. And we can talk about just one comment I'll make of the lack of right, lack of infrastructure, lack of internet, lack of accessibility to services, lack of mobile penetration, and so on. If all those things were there and working, then none of us would exist, right? All the three of us as a panelist would be saying there's no need for us to be here. The financial system works beautifully and so on. The reason we are here, we the startups, the entrepreneurs and ecosystem coming in, because there's a problem to solve. Now I can sit here and say, one of the best businesses in my space, in the fintech space, M-Pesa, for years they did it on USSD. Right. There was no app, there was no mobile, data. They just didn't. Talking about like our problem is, as entrepreneurs, we are not, kind of sitting there saying, in a air-conditioned office, everything was perfect, and my application, on that data. My job is to figure out the problem and how to solve it. However, if I have to do it manually, I'll do it manually. If I have to stand and hold the wires together, I'll hold the wires together. So but the opportunity set is huge, and we are certainly very hopeful that a lot of the macro stuff is coming together, a lot of the regulatory frameworks are coming together, the talent base is growing, it's still nascent, but it's growing. Investors are, hard, but okay, we'll work through that. There's nothing we can do about that, so we just have to be pragmatic about it. But I'm very excited about where we are.
That's great. That's very good to hear. Panelists online, Umair and Maha, unfortunate that we got less time speaking with you, but thank you very much for being with us. And thank you very much for coming in here. And I think one of the things, Mike, that I take it with me as well, that if you have to be an entrepreneur, you have to see the upside, the opportunity, and some of we consider it as something that drives you to get into that business.
You have to be crazy to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. The warriors, like I started, you have to be a warrior in order to get done with things. Thanks for your keywords. Thanks a lot. It's good hope for future for Pakistan, and I believe we are going to capitalize these times and in this going to be good for all the other startups in the ecosystem in Pakistan. Thank you very much, everybody. And I believe there are good insights that we look forward to. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Timur, and our esteemed panelists for this fireside chat. And absolutely, the key takeaway is with regards to moving forward despite of the adversity and perhaps in spite of it as well. It's important in terms of being able to address those challenges, because there will be challenges, that's a given. But what you do with them and what you do about the hurdles that you face is what makes you successful. Ladies and gentlemen, we also had the honor of the finance minister being part of the Pakistan Startup Summit, but unfortunately he was unable to make it, but he has recorded a message for us. So let's hear that.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. A very good morning to all the participants of the Pakistan Startup Summit 2024. I would have loved to be there in person, but the commitments here in Islamabad didn't allow me to actually travel there. But I certainly wanted to extend my sincere welcome to delegates, government leaders, industry experts, investors, entrepreneurs, and especially everyone who has flown in from various parts of the world. A very special welcome to the international participants. It's great to see that SECP has taken the lead in hosting this conference. Very timely, as we know from government's perspective, IT in general is a sector where we are banking to provide the impetus to the growth of the economy, and we do believe that it's going to be a real game changer, inshallah, for Pakistan. It's really in that context, um, the, this conference, which is sort of focused on the startup ecosystem, with respect to innovation, entrepreneurship, uh, everything which is associated with startups, is fantastic, because in the coming days, you're going to be able to not only listen to the speakers, but hopefully you'll be able to uh, have very meaningful engagements with each other, and as I said, with other stakeholders who are participating in this conference. Last week, when I was in Riyadh with the Prime Minister, where we went to meet the Crown Prince, and on the sidelines of that, again, I had the great pleasure to be at the FII. And as you know, this year's theme in Riyadh was all around AI. And in fact, the SoftBank CEO was all talking about the ASI, so artificial super intelligence, and I'm sure you must have listened to his interview, etc. It's quite amazing where we are, but more importantly, uh, where we are headed in that direction. Now, coming back to the startup ecosystem, uh, we have been again very clear that the government's role is to provide policy framework and policy continuity, and it's really the private sector in this country. So it's really in that context that I see there's a lot of good work that has been done by you, whether it's a regulatory sandbox, which allows startups to test and refine innovation solutions, and obviously a controlled environment, and in turn helping with the fintech, and digital finance, and other high impact sectors. Also, it's equally important that the Commission has simplified the company incorporation processes so that you can to establish yourselves, begin your operations in terms of a shorter time frame. And it's really in that context as well, as an ex-banker, I would urge the banks as well to ensure that they also step up. That once SECP has given the rules and people are ready to get on with their banking services and banking accounts, because it's one particular value spectrum. So having the same ease and with which uh, easily as well. So I do think the banks should step up as well. Obviously, in addition to other regulatory agencies, whether it's FDR, state banks, MIDA, SCZA, and so I'm sure this regulatory support will be available for all of you, so that we can move on to a thriving startup ecosystem. Now, um, I always say, whether it's digital, whether it's all of you who are, building your businesses, all of this is a means to an end, not an end in itself. And for a country like Pakistan, financial inclusion, that is going to be very, very important, because brick and mortar is only that far. I think we have made some very good strides in moving in that direction in terms of going to Pakistan. Again, what the startups can do in terms of coming up with technology solutions, which can then in turn help the underserved and unbanked segments, is going to be hugely important, especially when it comes to women. It is going to be a very important contribution. Uh, Again, I know you're going to be discussing access to capital. It's going to be huge in terms of providing you the enabling environment. Obviously, globally, we have seen over the last couple of years a little bit of correction, and there's no harm actually. And we saw happening in Pakistan as well. And in my view, it's not, as I said, there's no harm in seeing this connection, because it allows that froth to come in, and so that everyone can sort of start focusing on the business model underlying business rationale, which in the longer term is going to help with sustainable growth and scalability. As I said, I have really liked to be there and so that we could do an interactive session. So inshallah, look forward to that this time around. And meanwhile, I wish you all the very best for the conference and very productive and constructive sessions over the next couple of days. Thank you.
It was indeed an honor to have the finance minister for this message and to bring forth his sentiment and, of course, his support for this very important summit, and, of course, in the way that we can bring forward financial inclusion and access to capital for our startups. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, we'd like to invite on stage for the scene setting by Mr. Nadeem Hussain, who's founder and Planet, with regards to a strategic perspective on the resilient startup ecosystem of Pakistan, which will then be followed by a panel discussion and for which the moderators and panelists will be invited. But first, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Nadeem Hussain.
Assalamualaikum, Chairman SECP, distinguished guests, participants. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. I'll try and limit my remarks to 5 to 7 minutes. Therefore, we'll have more time in the panel discussion. Entrepreneurship is not for everybody. The failure rate is very high and you have to be very resilient. इसमें I'm going to switch to Urdu. इकबाल का एक बहुत मौजूद शेर है, which goes by like बेखतर कूद पड़ा आतिश नमरूद में इश्क अकल है मैवे तमाशाए लबे बाम होगी. So a lot of the decisions you're going to make in entrepreneurship in your company are going to come from the heart, not from the mind, because logic will tell you something, but your passion will drive you someplace else. To set the scene, I want to give you some perspective. Please don't take it negatively, because whenever there is not so great news, it means that there's huge potential. Pakistan mein, for the last 15 years, let's say we talk about the startup journey in the last 15 years. As a country, we've raised less than $750 billion. That's not a big number. We talk about the potential, but we're not even close to realizing that potential. Because when you judge an ecosystem, there are 4 or 5 matrices you look at. One of them is the amount of capital that the startups have raised. And even in the 750 million, there are some outliers. And if I take those out, then we potentially raised, I think, less than $500 million over the last 15 years. So we need to look at this and say, why is it when we have this huge potential, large youth bulk, mobile penetration, horrible customer journeys, why have the startups in Pakistan not been able to raise money? And more importantly, you raise money when you scale, not being able to scale. Second way you look at the success of a system is what's the maturity in terms of where that fundraising is taking place. 95% of what we raise is pre-seed or seed. That's where the bulk of our money is coming. If I look at Series A, maybe 5 or 6 Series A deal in the last years. Series B, 1 deal. So in the last 15 years, our startup ecosystem or our company not being able to go to the next level, to get into a Series B, get it Series C, because there's a large pool of funds which is available for mature startups as opposed to the seed level. And we are still struggling where bulk of our money is coming at the seed level. Only a handful have been able to go beyond that seed level. Startup ecosystem is also judged by the number of successful exits. And I take on board that an exit should be between 10 to 15 years. So my horizon is 15 years. Yeah, but honestly, if I look at sizable startups, sorry, exits, there have only been three. Tamir Bank, which happened much earlier on, Daraz, and I think there's one more software company that was sold. And these are exits where valuation was in excess of a couple of $100 million. So we don't have a whole list of very successful exits over the last 15 years either. If we look at again at the ecosystem, we say, is our failure rate much less than compared to the global number, which is 85, 90%, and the answer is no. Our failure rate is the same. So what we need to sit in a conference like this, hopefully in the panel discussion and multiple groupings that we have, is we need to look at why we haven't had more successful scaling taking place in Pakistan. And obviously, one of the reasons is we haven't been able to raise funds. In 2021, we raised $350 million. That was the peak, and we said, okay, now we're going to get into raise of billions of dollars. In 2025, if I take the debt component out, we've raised less than 25 million in the entire year. So, guys, we have a challenge. It's not all hunky dory that, because on one side, we have this huge potential. And I know that because I've invested in over 50 companies of my personal money and my co-investors' money. And 99% of my investments are in Pakistan. I understand, I believe the potential is there, and I'm putting my money where my mouth is. But global investors don't necessarily think like that. One of the reasons that from 250 million at a peak, we've gone down to 25 million is there was a global correction in the fund market in terms of the money available for investment. That impacted us as well. Second, there's the Pakistan risk element, which other than anything else, all boils down to your currency. If it keeps depreciating, the potential investment coming in dollars return needs to be so high that you need to be able to make up for the currency depreciation as well. In my experience dealing, when I deal constantly with startups, we went through a phase where anybody with an idea thought their company was worth $1 million, not excess of that. So we're getting into crazy valuation. And that period where VCs were also looking to invest at those valuations is over. When you invest in an idea, at that stage, you're investing in the founder and the idea. A year from that, you're actually investing in has that person executed or not. So the initial investment is on the idea where you're still not testing. Secondary investment or the follow-up investment is on your execution. And we have not executed well enough so that funding, the quantum of the funding would keep increasing. So the issue is not the regulation. We've got very positive, framework from the SECP. We've got the sandbox we talked about. We have from the state bank, the holding company regulation that came up so that that is no longer a challenge. You can raise money outside, bring the money back in. It's our own ability to scale. It's our own ability to understand unit economics, our own ability to understand how we're going to increase the customer base, who are we going to partner with. But certainly on your own with limited capital and your customer cost of acquisition is going to be tough to do that. So it's not all doom and gloom. Okay, they've been successful outliers, successful companies. People have scaled. We had the screen today. Naeem has raised money. Neem has raised money. Abhi's just raised both equity and debt. But these are all companies which have previously raised money. Money for new companies is very, very tough. And therefore, this choking effect, what we were seeing earlier in 21, 22, where young companies, startups were raising money. Now the money that's coming is mostly for people who have become more successful or have shown the resilience. I honestly feel Pakistan still represents a huge opportunity. I've told you my first venture was a microfinance bank. My last, the one I've concluded is the digital bank. I continue to invest. I've got 4 new projects, so I believe the opportunity is there. Okay. So I'm not saying don't invest, but I'm saying even in context that we haven't even come close remotely to where we need to go. And inshallah, we will get there together, but keep that in mind. So that's the setting. I'm handing over to the panelist. Mubarak is here, who is a moderator. And I think Seema is the panelist. We can start our session. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum, everyone. Assalamualaikum, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for setting the context really well, Nadeem Saab. This is very enlightening as well. So let's just begin. I think panelists don't need an introduction. We are all pretty well where we are. So as you spoke, as Mr. Nadeem spoke about uh, how there's still potential to invest in Pakistan. What I want to understand from both of you is, in your experience, both on the regulated side and then on private capitalist like banking side, what do you think needs to be done to unlock some of that local capital so that that capital that flew in and then went out, that doesn't happen? Maybe starting with Kamal and then we can.
Okay, I think what you're saying is that okay, we had 2 so-called good years, and I agree with Nadeem that the amounts were quite sad. And if you compare it to, we can't really compare it to our neighbors. It's entirely different. I think we have to find a way to unlock capital and funding locally. And how are we going to do that? It's quite a challenge. I will not say that it's easy at all. So you have the banks first, right? Which are normal providers of loans, really, not so much venture capital, and they they don't do it. Um, and I think, in all honesty, for the foreseeable future, other than some exceptions, they won't do it. Okay, and why won't they do it? We all know quite easily, because their biggest borrower is the government. And I know everyone makes fun of them and say, "Oh, sorry, and I know that Nadeem will say that also. But just imagine, and because I'm a banker by background, I can, in their defense, say that if they did not, what would happen? It is, I mean, until we get a, a tax base and a revenue base that is enough to meet their funding, and I know that that is something that the current government is trying to do, but it's a challenge. It's, and we don't want it to come back as finance minister says, not back to the salaried class, not back to the corporates. We have to expand that, and until that happens, and all of us know challenges, the banks will put most of their money in government debt. They will next go to the large corporates. Now, they're not here to lose money. Then, of course, when the central bank pushes them, and now they're not doing any directed lending, um, they will give them targets, but those targets do not affect penalties. The only way it was tried once, and I was part of that, tried on mortgages. It worked to a degree, but it was honestly had to fail because the funding subsidized funding is just not available. So I think banks will do the large corporates. When they're pushed, they do the agriculture. They will do some SME. They will, to a degree, I still believe, while they are trying, there is still only limits to women and all of that. So come to startups, where we talk about a global failure rate of in excess of 80%, and over here we're talking of 90%. Depositors' money is not. But what they can do, which I think banks have done, for example, in the US, uh, JP Morgan, they have separate venture capital and startup focuses, right? So for them, they're very large banks, but JP Morgan does $1 billion a year, right? And they did do startup financing for the banks in the US, for LinkedIn, for Uber. So they did do it. It can be done, but I think it's going to take a lot of effort. There are some banks, large banks, um, who are very focused on financial inclusion and truly focused. Some are just pretending, but what will be really focused. And I think the regulator, the state bank, is very, very open to any one of them if they would like to do venture capital, right? It's possible, it can happen, but it's not going to happen in a hurry. But then at the moment, I don't know how much the need is. Maybe Nadeem has an idea what the need is, but we will have to do that. And the next area is the domestic corporates, right? And one or two of them have tried. We have, but I have my own theory, having looked at all the corporates for a very long time, as to when they will do this. And they're ready to do this in a generation when their sons go off and study in the US, mostly in the US, and they get passionate about something there. They come back and they tell this to their father. They don't want to do, I don't know, textile. They do not want to do schools. They do not want to do fertilizer. They want to do something different, and then they do it. And I think they've done it in one of the digital banks. Or get forward. But so that is where I think there is hope. You go to younger people. Most of our corporates, to be honest, are family run, right? Very, very few are true public entities as far as shareholding is concerned. If we go to them, uh, if the central bank or regulators call them together, or the government, perhaps there is hope, because they all have more than adequate funds to do this. It's more than adequate. They are very sharp. They can be dragons. Uh, that's why when I talk about our ecosystem, later perhaps I will have one or two ideas to present. I think we can let Nadeem
Yeah.
add to this.
So Nadeem Saab, another question that I would like you to answer is that my thesis is that if we are going to have catalytic effect in Pakistan in terms of access to finance for entrepreneurs, we need like 50 new funds over the next 5 to 7 years. How do you see new funds and new investment vehicles? And banks can't do it. What about equity? How do you see those coming in Pakistan?
Well, private equity funds.
Private equity, venture capital.
I don't.
You don't see
I
that.
don't. Okay. I see what the situation is. I mean, because our mindset is very different. And Seema touched on a very good point. And I elaborate that. Unfortunately, I've been a banker for 27 years. हमारे banks में, and I narrate this share, and banks hate me for that. Basically, it is क्योंकर संभालते वो commercial banks जो खुद T-bills के नशे में branches खोलते रहे. Okay, so they weren't going to be able to do this. It's not in their DNA. Let alone the lower ticket loans, unsecured loans. Startup is a leap to faith. Although two banks did start a small fund, $10 million each, which I thought may be the catalyst. The deal approval there was like a trade which took about 6 months to do. I mean, if I do something radical, I'll say, let the state say from the money you T-bills, X% you allocate to start on your own set. Or start doing this because this money has been made this and that. Now, that's pretty radical. State bank probably won't do it, but it's the only way they're going to jump onto this. Okay, because they're risk averse. You got a great thing going. So you make money above Tripod with no risk, no capital. I think they want to do something else. So I don't see it. family offices, corporates, more busy building malls than looking at, an ecosystem which is startup. Why? Because, I speak to them, I've raised money locally and outside. So मुझे पता है कि हम exit किस तरह करेंगे और कब करेंगे. Can't give them a guarantee. I mean, this is a startup. Exit could be 5 years, exit could be 7 years, 8. The mall you get or you buy it, 2, 3 years you're out. There's liquidity. There's no liquidity in this. Giving money to a startup, there's no liquidity unless they raise money in the next round and there's a secondary sale. So they view why should we get into this? Okay, I'd rather take that 1 million and do a real estate project. Now the children coming in, as Seema correctly said, don't want to do that. They're looking at the startup, but the old guard, I mean, there is people who actually created funds outside Pakistan, $50 million, but it's not necessarily coming from Pakistan. I honestly don't know, Baris, how we're going to get. We have those foreign funds which invested, and some of those funds, closed-end funds have finished and they're not coming in. New money is very tight. One of the things I think it may unlock is using platforms and using collaboration to get scale. We haven't had scale. I mean, you look at Easy Pesa and Jazz, because they have large telco customers, they've got a big nano portfolio. But how many entities have in a country of 250 million, 5 million active? A handful. Without scale, you're not going to get international money to absorb the Pakistan risk and the potential issues of taking your capital out, although legally it's allowed, sometimes it is delayed. That's a challenge. We haven't been able. Outliers are very. Uh, we need much more bulk in Series A plus funding, which is into growth capital, and I'm not seeing that.
So would you say that this is more also a supply opportunities that investors have? So say if we uh, like what can we do as an ecosystem of all the multiple stakeholders to improve the quality of the companies and the entrepreneurs that we're producing, right? And how can we make them more investable?
So that's one of the bigger constraints that we have. Um, I was surprised that one of the panelists in I think nine said, a monkey can raise money, which I thought was pretty, so they felt that they could raise money. So it's the ideas, or what I think Nadeem you call a customer journey. Uh, the focus of our startups, a lot of them, is on the numbers game, which is scale, which is greatly needed, but not really delivering a bottom line with that, right? And we are dinosaurs sitting here, and I knew another even older dinosaur who I used to know, and he said, if you do something which is volume, and your numbers of customers, which is of course very important, you need an idea that touches a huge number of customers, but if you do not have a profit, then it will end with tears. And I don't know, I could be wrong, but from what I hear, many of our startups that have even grown up and become grown-up companies are still not truly in the black. And if that is the case, how will you attract capital? They understand this. I think this is very fundamental. So how do we solve this problem? Now, you can call it training, you can call it business model, you can call it dragons, you can call it testing. And the government and the government-related entities are all trying their best, but there is no cohesiveness, right? We have SECP. They've done a lot of very good work. And, they've got the sandbox, they've got amendments of company law, they open the state bank, and I must speak for them because, being part of them for 3 years, also very open to any idea, anyone who wants to change, as long as it makes sense and it's not going to, it's financially sensible, will be open too. And it's not just fintech, it's all kinds of, they're regulators are open. Nadra is there. We've got, the public infrastructure, digital public infrastructure. You've got trust. You've got everything that is there, but everything is fragmented. I mean, do you know that we don't have a standard definition of a startup?
Yeah.
Yeah? It's, I think, 10 years for SECP.
7 years.
10, I think Akif is saying is 10.
Oh, no,
Okay.
State, 7 years. Sorry.
State Bank has not got a startup definition as such. It's the S side of SME, which is 5 years.
For
Yeah.
holding companies, they
Okay,
went-
yes. But a startup, if they're raising funds, is the S of SME. Others, and I don't know if we have the FBR here, but what I was informed is all companies after July 2012 is a startup. So we are all over the place. So we need at least one definition. In the UK, for example, 2 years. Right? And the other thing we need is an entity that puts all of these things together. In Singapore, they have a single umbrella. Okay, we can't compare ourselves to Singapore. It's entirely different. India has something called Startup India. So we need an entity, and I don't think the current entities in the public sector that you have YTT, we have SECP, we have SMIDA, we have NADRA, we have SPP, we have PTA, we have a lot of entities, but there's not one together. And I was a great suggestion, but maybe it needs to be in the private sector and puts everyone together, tests the ideas, has great links, and maybe some shareholding of the public sector. Someone like Nadeem, you could do that. I take liberties with Nadeem because we were in school together. So someone needs to do that, and get some corporates, the government can do it, to put in equity, small, fairly agile entity, which then tests these ideas of the startups and then has a of mentoring, coaching, and understanding how to make them ready for finance. Because a lot of them have great ideas, but they haven't a clue how to approach anyone. Right? And people like or other to teach them and then make them a little. I have. It's just my personal thought.
Yeah, so, no, thanks for that. You've had experience in helping entrepreneurs at Planet 10. You have entrepreneurs from and actually exited some of the investments you've also made. So, in your opinion, what do you think is lacking for Pakistani entrepreneurs? And where could they utilize the most support from
Yeah,
such?
I come back, Mubarak, to the earlier point. Slight disagreement, Seema. The part to profitability must be there, but you need to have scale. Okay, so you're making money, a couple 100,000, you're not going to raise money. You need to have, but with a part to profitability. We had a scenario where people were billions, they never made money in billions. So many of the large companies globally still don't make money and are worth billions, but that's not us. Okay, here eventually people want to see make money, but that's a journey. It's a 5-year journey. But you must have a target when you'll make money, and you must have improving unit economics. But if you don't have scale, you're not going to make money. You need the scale. So chicken and egg. How do I get scale if I don't have money? That's where the platform and collaboration come in. I've been lucky, God's been kind to me. We've had more exits than the entire, industry combined. I've been lucky in terms of the founders that I bet on. Okay? And so that's an outlier. Most companies still are coming back. You need scale. You can't seek capital with 20,000 or 100,000. You're not going to get that kind of traction that you do. And with a few exceptions, we haven't had that kind of traction. So Seema's point, putting entities together that can help, definitely. Also, we have what, 6 national incubation centers where supposedly that's their job that people come in. Now, I am not very charitable. I call them serial pizza eating places because you go for one place, you get a quick pizza, then you go to the next place. And I really don't know how successfully their graduates have actually raised money, but they did at least something. Okay, but I'm not looking for the NICs to be the great takers which are going to raise the billions that we need. So I'm just trying to say, my sense is that we are not collaborating enough. We are working in silos. The scale, when you need scale, it cost of money. If you can do it organically, you need serious amount of money. If you do it on a platform, as many platforms as we have, then there's an opportunity to scale without having serious capital for customer acquisition. I don't think we've achieved that. Where we've had some platforms, they've been successful, but we haven't had that many platforms. So I'm optimistic because I continue to invest, but the quantum of investment taking place, like I said, I don't see banks honestly doing it. Family offices, unless we've got exits, I don't know with this younger generation, the potential. International funds are always going to be biased against the Pakistan risk, and unless we've got huge upside, or they regard at Series B level, there was a time when seed people raised 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. That time is gone. Now follow-up investments are typically for people who already raised money. And the quantum average deal size is $3-4 million. So it's a tough environment. It's not because of regulatory issues. It's not because of lack of opportunity. It's that we don't have those successes to be able to attract people, so that we can show. And our local investments don't exist.
Yeah, so one of the ways the countries in the world that fall for getting funding is by creating a level fund of funds, where the kind of support we are providing to startups, they provide to fund managers to increase the number of fund managers in that country. I mean, that could potentially be something that they can consider. But coming to our final question of the panel is around the mindset around entrepreneurship. A lot of people still choose to say take a nice cushy job somewhere, even early on. How can we make more Pakistanis see entrepreneurship as a viable option to pursue?
Sure. So you mind if I go first? I became an entrepreneur at the age of 48. Okay. So rather late in the day, I spent 27 years with Citigroup, working in different countries. So why? Because in my family, the point was that you want to be successful, you go work for a multinational. Okay. In my school, we were together, we did our A levels together. We weren't talking about startups. So this startup education should start at the primary, secondary school level. That being into business is not a bad thing. The only people who are in business are people whose parents already in business. We introduce the concept of investment and startup at university level at Oregon. We spent 21 years without understanding, how startups work or the opportunity. Still, it's not unless you're very successful in what you've done, if you're going to start annually. So a mindset at the school level, at the teachers who teach, in the social, group that you're in the country, when you're an entrepreneur, look at wow, he's an entrepreneur, the risk. हमारा उल्टा हिसाब है हमारे when you graduate, you say यार multinational में नौकरी पकड़. That's my mindset. I'll tell you, my mindset was when I'm 68, 69 now. It's been कि मैं सिटी बैंक का हेड बन जाऊं, एक Mercedes गाड़ी आ जाए, and I make $1 million in my life. That was many years ago. But that was thinking at that time, and I don't think that thinking has changed much, across the masses. So it's limited amount of people who still want to be under. We got our mindset is not to start your own business, but to get a job.
Uh, well, that's true. I mean, at least you made the change. I just did the cushy jobs all through. Uh, but I think the mindset will change because the number of cushy jobs available, given a lot of IT, the cushy middle management or junior management jobs with the introduction of machine learning, AI, and all of this, the number of cushy jobs available is going to reduce. And it's already reducing. Everyone wants to have a leaner organization, right? If in compliance, a bank needed maybe need 300 people to look at alerts. They don't need that if they have machine learning, and some of them already got it, and then looking at AI. So there will not be those jobs available. That's one thing. The other thing other countries are doing, and to your point, in schools and to be honest, our education system as a whole has completely failed. I mean, I don't think anyone will agree with that, right? We produce people, they go to universities, frankly, once they come out with even a bachelor's degree here, they can really learn, right, in English for that matter. Some schools in the private sector are now teaching entrepreneurship. Some schools are very rare. But I know that in Canada, even my own niece, and she's only 11, they all have an entrepreneurship idea. She made these feather and sold them. And so business entrepreneurship was taught is school level that it's good to have your own business. They all actually made money and they were small kids. So until that happens, until we can um, uh, some mindset, people have to realize कि वो नौकरी होती है ना कि वाली, वो नहीं है अब. And they don't realize. अभी भी मुझे कहते हैं जी कोई आप नौकरी ला दें बस वो किसी टेस्ट है, right? भी डाले, अब मेल भी इतनी नहीं है. And I think जब ये realize करेंगे ना कि एमए कर लिया कहीं से और उस एमए की कोई फायदा नहीं है कि मुझे नौकरी नहीं मिल रही, then mindset will naturally change towards. That's going to take generation. But I see that happening. I wouldn't use about it.
Yeah, no, I think we're seeing a shift as well. But thank you so much for your time and sharing your insights. It was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists, and building on the terminology of the day that has been set by the chairman. I think it's absolutely necessary to have dinosaurs such as Miss Seema and Nadeem, and I mean it in no way of age, in terms of the dearth of experience that they have to offer and that they bring to the table. So there is so much to learn, and we hope that we can engage stakeholders in the future as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to be moving forward to a short tea break, and we're going to up a little bit and hopefully come back in high spirit once again to continue with the session of the summit. So we have a short 10 minutes. Let's have a cup of tea and we'll be back.
I Hello. 1 2. One 1 2 1 2. Play.
How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Keep me close to your heart. I'm burning with desire. Keep me close to your soul. My love is on fire. You say you'll never let me go. I was standing at your door, crying for my little love. Don't control you. That inside me can't break me down, break me down. 'Cause your heart makes me so silent. I'm raising inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're all requested to please take your seats. We're going to be starting our next session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all requested to please take your seats. So we're going to be beginning our next session. Hope everyone's back after having a lovely cup of tea. And we're ready to start our next session once again as part of the Pakistan Startup Summit 2024. And we talked about this in the previous sessions as well with regards to the importance of female entrepreneurs and to encourage discussions that are female-centric. And that is the focus of our next session. It is about the female entrepreneurs, the challenges, opportunities, and the support that they require from both public and private sectors. And while we did talk about entrepreneurial journeys and challenges in our previous sessions as well, it's important to look at it from the lens of a woman and how different it is for our female entrepreneurs and what challenges are there for them in particular that they need to overcome. And then, of course, what support they require from decision makers and stakeholders such as yourself in order to help them on this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, this is extremely important as we move forward, particularly forward in terms of building the startup ecosystem in Pakistan and setting the stage for everyone to make sure that they are able to pursue whatever it is that they're dreaming of and that there are no hurdles on anyone, irrespective of gender. Therefore, this is an extremely important panel, and I'm very glad to see that the panelists and the moderators as part of this panel are also women, so that we hear from the women themselves, those who experience it, those who can understand it, and those who can then guide us forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd be inviting the moderator for this panel session, who will then be introducing the panelists. I would like to invite on stage Ms. Sumaira Basi, who's an expert in entrepreneurship ecosystem with nearly a decade of experience in developing and managing impactful programs that support SMEs, startup incubation, and business acceleration. She's currently serving as the executive director at TAI Islamabad and has significantly contributed to the Pakistan startup landscape, particularly in fostering women empowerment. She has done a lot of work for female entrepreneurs in the country and has inspired many to follow her path. Her work also includes roles with We Create Pakistan and other mentoring initiatives across national platforms. And so she is the right person for a very important session today. And so I welcome Ms. Amera, and I hand it over to you to take the session forward and introduce our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to, be here and to also moderate this very impactful, power-packed, and in terms of, what we're going to talk about, a much-needed panel. I'll jump right ahead and I'll start, introducing my esteemed panelists. I have with me Ms. Leila Serhan, who's the regional head for Visa. She's the senior vice president and general manager for North Africa, Levant, and Oman at Visa. With a deep background in finance, strategic planning, and digital transformation, Leila has been at the forefront of fostering growth in emerging markets, focusing on empowering businesses and driving financial inclusion across the region. A very warm welcome, and thank you for being on this panel with us today. Also join me in welcoming Ms. Noreen Hayat, who's a serial entrepreneur and lending specialist with a focus on financial inclusion and social impact and a background in financial analysis and credit rating. Currently the CEO of Zoot Pakistan, she has also co-founded Face Financial Services, a platform providing credit savings, insurance, and investments to underserved communities. Welcome to the panel, Noreen. Next, I have Ms. Vladimira Britstenska, who is the co-founder of NEEM, a platform focused on financial wellness for underbanked communities in emerging markets, with a strong emphasis on financial inclusion for women. She is also the founder of The Future Farm, a global movement dedicated to promoting mental health and emotional resilience for entrepreneurs. Welcome, Vladimira, and thank you for being with us today. I have with me also Dr. Sara Sayed, Dr. Sara Said Khurram, who is the co-founder and CEO of Sihat Kaani, a digital health platform that aims to democratize healthcare access in Pakistan through technology, with a focus on serving health underserved patients and bringing women doctors back into the workforce. Her leadership has facilitated over 1 million consultations via a network of more than 7,500 doctors, transforming healthcare delivery through telemedicine. Thank you for joining us and welcome, Dr. Sarat Sayed. And last, but definitely not the least, I have with me Mariam Hadi, who is a senior professional with over 20 years of experience in designing policy and practice solutions for digital and financial inclusion of the underserved and unbanked segments of populations, especially women. She is a team member on Women Inclusive Finance Sector Development Program of Asian Development Bank. Her expertise lies in consumer-centric approaches to gender in MSMEs, access to finance, policy development, and assessments. Thank you for joining us, Mariam, and welcome to the panel. So I think that just to sort of set the tone of the panel while we were having our panel discussions, we all agreed unanimously that the topic of this panel is not new. You must have heard these conversations on probably every startup summit and conference, and by and far, the general challenges and barriers that women and then women entrepreneurs face, particularly in geographies such as Pakistan and emerging markets, are well known to a certain extent. So we wanted to focus on those things that perhaps have not been talked about more candidly in these kind of forums. And with that sort of contextual setting, I'd like to begin, and I'd like the question to all my panelists is going to be the same, but I'd like to request for you all to give a personal touch to this question. Of course, what are the significant challenges that female entrepreneurs face, particularly in Pakistan? Each one of you is either a founder or are creating support mechanisms in one way or the other, whether it's through program or policy design or through partnerships. So what would be those challenges that you've encountered that stand out glaringly and they stay unaddressed significantly? And then what particularly, for instance, in each one of your organizations or startups, do you think has been done that has been, aimed to address that particular challenge? I'll start with you, Leila.
Thank you. Thank you for having me and for organizing this wonderful meetup. As you said, I think the topic has been used, abused over so many years, and unfortunately, we still talk about it. But I want to go back to the previous panel with Mr. Imran and Nadeem were talking about. I don't think that the challenges are different for entrepreneurs, whether they are male or female. I think they both have the same challenges. Probably the amplitude of the challenge, I would say we see it here bigger, especially when you come to matters of access to funding. We run every year, we run actually last year a survey in Pakistan ahead of something one of the initiatives, one of the global initiatives we have that is called She's Next. And through this survey, we talk to many female entrepreneurs, and they say the same thing, access to funding, building the right team, finding, finding the market, etc., scaling their business. But it's particularly the access to funding is quite big here. And as Kamel talked about, the role that banks should be playing more and more in Pakistan specifically in terms of including all of female entrepreneurs. For me, this is a big, big area that is completely untapped, that that seriously needs to change if we really want to see female entrepreneurs getting there. The other big one that we heard, and we hear it in Pakistan, I hear it in Egypt, I hear it in Morocco, is culture and the gender stereotype. And I'm sure Dr. Sarah will talk about this as she was sharing with me the wonderful work that she's doing for women doctors. So even if you are a doctor, you're stereotyped. And how do we change this culture across the region? So with She's Next, this is what we try to do. We try to bring young female entrepreneurs, whether they are late stage or starting their business, and create this kind of network that is going to help them maybe find funds, find talents, but also find the right mentorship and networking opportunity for them to grow.
Wonderful. Can you just very quickly, for those who don't know about the program and She's Next, essentially what offering does it have for women in Pakistan?
So it's a 6 months long program, but we actually now extending it to be an always on program, where we had, I think last year in Pakistan, 2,500 applications of women founded businesses, small businesses in any industry. So it's not restricted to financial services or fintech or anything. It can be tech and it can be non-tech as well. So we've had people that were in recycled clothing, let's say, or recycled fashion and things like that. We offer them a mentorship opportunity. It's one of our partners, which is Catalyst in Pakistan. But we also run a competition and we offer a grant, each of them, to the top 5 winners. I would say we offer a grant of $10,000. And following this, what we've done here is we created a club that we run in 5 cities across Pakistan, where we bring professionals, run training events, talks, mentorship opportunities for these women entrepreneurs. Not only the winners, but anyone who applied to the program.
Wonderful. So much needed. So a very holistic program for female founders. So I'm, Noreen, going to ask you, you've been through the founder journey. The previous panel was also talking about, how tough it is And also, as Leda said, men, women, both. The whole, geography is very, very challenged, particularly. Talk about challenges that were specific to you. Share a personal insight with us.
So yeah, I think thank you so much for having me and for setting up such a lovely panel. And as you said, Mira, very often we choose not to share actual ground level realities. Either we're trying to ring fence ourselves from the repercussions that might happen because of maybe how the market sees us, or the regulators, or the investors. So I think many a times these conversations or these stories go unspoken or behind closed doors, which is why it's so much more important to bring it to the forefront. So I think when you bring this topic, this challenge would vary from social demographic to social demographic. So for will we, I myself have been very privileged because many of the challenges that a lot of other women faced, I did not have to face those challenges. But then there's a different set of challenges that comes with it. So I have been in the business of lending, digital lending. Firstly, we came up with an idea where digital lending was happening for the first time in Pakistan. Lending in itself is a very risky asset class. And for those who want to invest in lending, first of all, they look at lending as an asset class and then look at women as another asset class, which is even riskier. So this is double jeopardy for investors and finances alike. So beating that narrative, has always been very tough for a market like Pakistan, where digital in itself is just very nascent. So I think for us, this, and for me in particular, I think I've struggled or maybe I've failed in reaching, the kind of scale or, the funding that was needed to scale this startup. And I think Umair was mentioning earlier that a monkey can raise funding. I would like to learn from him. I would love to be that monkey. But honestly, it's been very, very tough. So I think one of the major challenges that I've seen, we talk about things like credit guarantees. We've talked about gender sensitive, regulations that the State Bank has been working on. And I think the regulator can only do as much. They can give you a framework, but the implementation has to be done by the sector, which is the missing bit here. And how do we actually do that? I think that's not going to happen overnight. It has to happen. It has to be reiterated through practice and through maybe mandated activities where we need more women within workforces who actually can push for that goal. Unfortunately, I think, of course, we need male counterparts who can push for it as well. But I think on a day-to-day basis, one gets so consumed into just meeting the requirements of maybe the investors that you forget the plot. Women empowerment, unfortunately, it has become, I think a lot of people have started misusing the term, either to raise investments or maybe to, be classified as, maybe a company that's being socially responsible. It has to be done in spirit as well, right? You have to have that intent internally, which is something I feel is missing. That intent is very important. And I think the other issue here is that when we talk about fundraising, for example, we talk about credit guarantee schemes. The State Bank came up with credit guarantee schemes for SMEs and women-led businesses. But I really want to see how many of these credit guarantee schemes have actually been called or invoked or even given out to women. So I think that challenge still exists. I haven't received any funding under that credit guarantee scheme as a woman entrepreneur. Well, technically, I haven't received any funding from a bank, to say so. We are in talks with a few banks, but of course, that conversation is very difficult. It's not only for me as a woman, of course, as any startup who's lending, but I think that's where we lack right now, and we need to push for that. I think another challenge is that of collaterals. Any lending in Pakistan, for example, does not happen without a proper collateral structure. If you talk about women do not own the kind of collateral that a bank would want. There are issues around property ownership. Uh, so I think those are the fundamental issues that we have to deal with before we can even talk about things like financial inclusion of women. So yeah, I think personal stories, there are many that are probably not related to the work that we're doing, but that's a few cents from me.
Rightly put through that, policies are announced, investment opportunities are announced, but unfortunately, we don't get to see where did they actually happen in real. And that also becomes sort of like a path for those who are following, because then that's, a success, pathway that other women can follow, and then you can reach out and follow those, maybe steps that are known to actually yield. So we need to probably see more of that.
I just would like to add a number which I thought I'd share. So this it's estimated that if women are served by financial institutions, there's a revenue potential of at least $1 billion that could come only by serving women. So I think this is a big, it's a big economic opportunity if nothing else. I think that's the narrative that we should be building around if anything else.
So, Vladimira, I think the question remains the same, but if you can, of course, because, being part of NEEM, and again, it's also financial wellness, company. So if you can also tell us more about, what did you experience? And we've talked about access to finance, but in your context, if there's special insights.
Sure. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Maybe I'll start on a different note, and that is that I usually try to avoid women-only panels or to be the only woman in a male-dominated panel. However, this time around, I said yes to it because of the women that I have the honor to share this panel with. So this is really part of the pioneering women who are making a positive change in Pakistan. So thanks for putting it together. I think it's definitely worth a good applause. Maybe the other disclaimer is that I'm very much aware of the unique identity that I have sitting in this panel in Pakistan, being a white woman coming from Eastern Europe and living in Pakistan for the past 6 years, who founded the tech business, digital business, financial wellness business, and right now also having a child here in Pakistan. So I rooted into the country. So maybe I'll try to share my reflections from that unique perspective. I think one sort of reflection is that I want to share is that I had the opportunity to work in different geographies, and the challenges that I have seen and experienced around the world, as well I've experienced, and I know my sort of fellow panelists have experienced, and many other women out there here in Pakistan, are actually universal. And maybe just to touch base on some of them, and we were joking before this panel, how controversial can we be on this panel? So I'll try to be a little. I'll start with, it's very hard for women to step in the room as a woman founder, woman entrepreneur. They carry the face and the identity of being a woman. And I've heard this from many other fellow founders, leaders. When they step into the room, which is primarily dominated by men, they have to shoot first 7 bullets before they hurt and see. I shared this with my Pakistani fellow co-founder, well, not co-founder, she's a founder. She founded a business in Lahore. And she told me, well, you're the white woman. So imagine when I step into the room as a South Asian, it's even harder. So male-dominated networks are one of the bigger barriers for women to enter into the networks. And I think unless we start being aware of the fact of how we design those networks and those communities, very little is going to change for women. And I'll be a little bit more specific. When you think about when the networking happens, it usually happens in the evening hours. It usually happens in places which women might not feel comfortable to enter. The networking, when a woman steps in, and she's one of the very few, it actually takes quite a lot of courage for a woman to approach another fellow, let's say someone who is at the networking, right? So I just wanted to also a little bit maybe illustrate how the experience sometimes very intimidating for women to operate in such environments. Maybe one more, a little bit more sort of personal experience, and is related to access to funding. So we talked about it. Of course, there are barriers which are more structural and systemic.
I'm not going to touch base on that. I'm going to touch base on the women angle. So I lead a fundraising for our business team. And as you know, the resources are scarce. So you have to be very innovative and creative what type of pools of capital you sort of reach out to. And that means, of course, in Pakistan, that means, of course, international funding. And you go through warm networks, of course. And I've been privileged and lucky enough that I have two co-founders and myself who has a vast network. So that's sort of covered, but it's a privilege. However, at the same time, I can tell you that we have reached out as a cold reach out to about 700 to 800 investors around the world. As part of the cold reach outs, what happens is that I do send out my LinkedIn message, or sometimes, and that happens in Pakistan, a WhatsApp message to investors. And you try to be, as a founder, as formal as possible and to express that your intent comes from a business side. I cannot tell you how many times I have encountered an experience where I was offered a date, or we were sort of the way of the response from an investor to you as a woman is that you are not taken serious. So I just want to say this loud because that's the reality, and I know, and I have goosebumps now. And I know that this is a situation for many other women founders, yes, in Pakistan and in other countries as well. And I'll leave it there. Their list is long, but I just wanted to challenge it a little bit and be a little bit raw.
Thank you for saying that, because this is, I was in conversation probably a few days earlier, and a female founder narrated an exactly similar experience. And it's very real. And I think what needs to be done is that we need to probably start getting more vocal about it, because we, and within Pakistan, there's a culture, we like to hush things, we like to sort of not talk about it. But I think these are the things, until and unless we vocalize them, people will not start realizing that this needs to change. So moving on to you, Sarah, I think, again, but I think Vladimira mentioned having a child. I also recall an earlier conversation where a female founder mentioned that she faced a very blunt, questioning from a prospective investor, that now that you have children, how serious are you? So I want to talk. I want you to sort of touch upon that aspect as well, please.
Sure. Thank you for having me here. And I just want to appreciate SECP for having a startup Pakistan Summit. I think these kind of initiatives are really needed to voice all of our opinions here. So thank you. I think I started my journey as a mother of a 2-year-old, as a woman doctor who converted into an entrepreneur, and as an exclusively female-led company that was started by 2 women entrepreneurs. And started with an idea that was taken in 2017, is that a woman doctor who has been out of the workforce can come back to the workforce and provide telemedicine consultations to patients across the country. So the first question that I got every time we pitched this idea was, are they even qualified enough, even after having a medical degree, just because they're sitting at home, to provide a consultation? So for us, the bias against a woman even working started in our own challenge that we were solving. We had to run it for a lot of years and do it in a lot of ways and scale to an optimal level for people to have that trust and credibility in our women doctors and in our own ability to create a business for them that serves everyone in the country. A common thing that I hear even till now, okay, is this only for female patients? And when we tell them that no, that woman doctor is sitting and talking to all sorts of patients in Pakistan, not just from careers, but people who come from corporates, employees, families, people who require home health care, all women doctors behind it, and all sorts of patients are taking those consultations. I still had that eyebrow raised. So I think one challenge that we face and we still face, and this is, I just want to put the line that I heard recently at a conference that I was in, and that was from an African woman who's created a business in fintech. And she mentioned something that has stayed with my mind over the last 2 months. She said that women are often over-mentored and underfunded. That's a lot to unpack.
That's very, very accurate as well.
Yes, because so many times you see a lot of programs being run for women and they were needed. I'm a product of a program run by I2I very early in my journey that actually taught me how to run a business, and I'm very grateful for that. But when it's not kind of added on with follow-on funding, all that mentorship that you have done for that woman somehow does not help her to survive beyond the first 6 to 8 months, because at some point of time you need money to run the business. So it's extremely important that those checks are written. I can't say it more bluntly than this. If it's a top-down approach, if there's a segment of money put aside for in the funds, if it's a grant that focuses on women, everywhere there needs to be a kitty at this point, particularly for female founders in Pakistan, the young female founders, that has to be kept to give them those first, second, third checks so that they can start the business and earn it. I think Vladimir has already talked about the networking part, so I'm not going to touch upon it, but this is something that, I see a lot of younger female founders around me struggling as well. That when they enter into rooms, they don't know who to talk to. And many a times I see this picture in a conference again and again, where four women are standing together in a corner talking to each other, not making this, and there's no space created for them, or they don't have the courage to make it for them at that point to speak to a lot of people. Again, it can't be just the woman making the effort. The network has to be in a way that makes it possible as well. The third thing that I felt in my personal journey is we converted from a social enterprise into an impact business, which means that we first started working for low-income areas, and then we approached corporations to launch a telemedicine product for their employees and families, which is essentially known as outpatient coverage in Pakistan. I think I have not faced that those many limitations in funding as I have faced in creating those corporate partnerships. To a point that sometimes when I'm sitting in meetings, even until now, I see a lot of people looking at my main sales lead than me, because it's more comfortable to assume that the position of power accept me. And I think that is where, from a business perspective, I see a lot of women who suffer in getting that credibility, that trust from the corporate sector, from their corporate partners, that they'll be able to deliver the service. And I always see that there is one notion that changes that. And I want to recognize two people who are in this room today. Niloufar is here for the AFU, and I've seen that when there's a woman champion sitting, that makes a difference. There's Seema Kamal sitting here who has championed and sponsored Sehat Kahani over the years. So if you ask me a solution, there are many solutions that can come, but ultimately it has to be either a space forcibly created for female founders to get that investment, to get that contract, to get that tender. The preference needs to be there. Or ultimately, a lot of us have to rally together to create that funding, to create that opportunity, to create those spaces for those women to push forward. Because these challenges, as my other female co-founders also said, they are not restricted to Pakistan, they're global, because an African woman said this. It wasn't a Pakistani woman in my family. But I know that our culture and our social limitations also create a factor that needs to be taken care of. So yeah, I think it has to be a top-down plus collab approach together from a lot of multiple perspectives for us to come through.
Wonderful, thank you. And Maria, you, of course, if you can bring some insights coming from your work with regards to, because you've been at the forefront of designing, initiatives that are, aimed to sort of address these challenges. What is it that you would like to add?
Thank you to the panelists. I feel inadequate answering and actually adding something to it, but from a design perspective, so I am part of a team of Asian Development Bank, which is running a Women Inclusive Finance Sector Development Program. It's a sovereign funding to the government of Pakistan. I remember when this program was being designed, two major challenges that we faced. First question, what is the size of the pie? Whom are we going to impact? Where is the data which you're going to base on to understand if you put in X amount of capital, it is going to impact X number of people, may it be in startups, entrepreneurs, the jobs that are being created. Unfortunately, the Pakistani sector, in the financial sector, the data is so fragmented that you end up approximating. The other issue that is faced quite significantly is the actual challenge of definition. So somebody who is a woman entrepreneur would be understood very differently by one entity, and it would be a very different discussion or dialogue you would be having with a different regulator. So standardization of understanding, trying to understand what is available out there, then it makes it that much more easier to create a program. That's challenge number one. Challenge number two is that it is very difficult for people to understand who are not female, that the female market is not homogeneous. It is an extremely nuanced market, and their idea of what success is and their idea of what value is has not been defined completely, right? So you would see measures, for example, when we talk about the startup market or when we talk about entrepreneurship, we start with access to capital, capital injection, growth, profitability, exit, failure rates. Now, but if you start, literally, if you start unpacking that discussion, in the developing world, I think the startup or women-headed businesses are about 12%. If you put in the developed world into it, it is 18%. How can you compare that with the main startup environment? How can you not separate this out to understand what success is? What you call failure may be a voluntary exit because a woman is at a certain stage in life, which come back to it. So choice, understanding choice, preference requires a different measure. When we start talking about, and why do I say that? A lot of talk in financial sector is about alternate credit assessment models, right? When you are assessing a woman, maybe the standard set of questions that you're asking her needs to change. Maybe it would be something as simple as, have you ever had a committee, an informal structure? Were you ever late on any of your payments? No, so I think the measurements or indexes that you have, which have been established, need to change. You have to take into account the preferences which women have, their definitions, and how they view success and how they wish to take it forward. That's one. The other thing which we have to realize is that from a regulatory perspective, although I do give a lot of credit to Pakistan, for example, all the regulators said, they can do so far, they can go so far, do so much. I think they are extremely forward thinking. They have started becoming very deliberate in their approach towards women and gender, for sure. Which has to be applauded when you put it in perspective in the global landscape of things that's there. But the other thing that we have to understand is that when you look at risk frameworks, when you look at the global best practices, nowhere is gender included in that discussion. Never. आपके पास accountancy के बहुत सारे principles चल रहे हैं, आपके पास banking के बड़े principles चल रहे हैं. Where is gender in it? Why are we continuing to see it in the same light? There's all of that. That being said, I agree with most of what, in fact, all of what the women are saying, and I think it's high time that the perception around women and their preferences change. It needs to be reflected in the financial instruments, regulations, and policies we sit down, stop here.
Wonderful. And very rightly said, I think that, this can, of course, it's also all about, the whole paradigm shift and, addressing this. So I've got a time check. But quickly wrapping with one thing that I think we've probably covered, we've talked about the challenges, we've talked about what needs to be done. One of the things that we did want to cover was, uh, in the previous panel, there was talk about, platforms being there, but not working together, not complementing each other, not enough partnerships to create that impact that we want to see. Let's also sort of quickly run through what do you think is happening. So you can talk about visa and, if you all, because Neem and Days is also looking at financial inclusion for women. What can be done? What kind of public-private partnerships are we looking at that are either in place or should be in place to really, sort of address the challenges that we've talked about over here, please?
So I'm going to talk about probably a personal experience. So I'm originally from Lebanon, and before the country went completely bust 5 years ago, from a financial and economic crisis perspective, and now for many other reasons, the central bank issued a circular. They called it the Circular 331, which was encouraging banks to actually enter the venture world and protecting part of the investment that those banks would make in startups, which was great. And they had a fund. I think the fund was something like $150 million to back many of the investment that banks could make into new ventures, with as well a lot of reduction in terms of the paperwork required, et cetera, et cetera. So it was a great move, government, regulator, doing something to fund and move into the market. And we came as a group of ladies who made it in life, who have some money in the bank. And we decided to create a fund. And we created a fund and we kind of hired each other. So I would call Noreen and Noreen, come on, $15,000, $20,000, put them in this fund. And we created this fund to invest only in women-led businesses, using the Circular 331. So we also brought the banks with us as successful women, put this money in there and invested in a number of, I think, over 2 years, probably 10 startups, not small ticket size, some decent ticket size funding that we gave to these women-led funds. In parallel, the men were doing the same. They created a fund, and then we said, so why are they doing this? Why don't we just come together? But put some conditions there. And one of the conditions we said, like, from this whole fund, so the Lebanese Women Angel Fund was integrated into a bigger fund. And we said 50% of the fund goes to women-led businesses. It worked super well. It really worked well. So it was really seeing, initiatives from private people to private sector. Of course, we brought in other organizations, other private organizations to help in, but also the government taking measures to enable. I think what's important is we shouldn't wait for the government to do anything. We should look at the government as an enabler of the platform, putting those policies in place, and come as the private sector to ride on. Been quite successful.
So the private sector taking the lead, and then of course, we can ask the government to come and, put that whole structure to it. Noreen.
I'd actually like to touch on a little thing that Mariam also pointed. I think one thing that we are lacking is tailored products when it comes to women. having a pink credit card is not going to serve the purpose, right? I'm going to share my personal stories. When we started off days, for example, our first cohort of credit scoring, we had built our algorithm, and I applied for the loan on our own app, and the algorithm rejected me. I'm good credit. I was taken aback, and I consulted my team, and I was like, "What's the reason? What's happening here?" And so, we came to see that the algorithm till that point had been trained primarily on male data. And I think this actually actually changed my perspective on how financial products need to be tailored. Male behaviors are very different from female behaviors. We see them in our daily lives, and that happens, in our dealing with products as well. And so what we started working on was, tailoring our credit scoring so that we allowed more women and more data to be trained on, their data, their behavior. So, one can only do that if you have the bandwidth, which of course a small entity like ourselves cannot when you have to serve, half of Pakistan, which is the female population. Which means that if you are to make tailored products at scale, and this is not only financial services, I think it's very important to understand that fintech or financial services are a very, very small part of what female entrepreneurs are doing in Pakistan. We've seen so many success stories. The likes of brands like Kodak, AimFit. Barize is a big, this happened much before our time. It doesn't only have to be digital. So there's so many examples of women-led companies, but unfortunately they go unspoken of because they're not really the new age, startups. But then again, I think what's important is collaborations. Of course, the government, as Leila said, can be that enabler. But I think private partnerships within themselves are also very important. And when I talk about my sector, we talk about banks, for example, and I think many times we diss the banks for not doing their job, by investing in T-bills, for example. But they're also running businesses, right? Which means that I think now is the time when, and particularly now with changing regulations, banks being pushed to increase their ADRs. I think it's time that banks who have the financial muscle partner with other entities like fintechs who understand behaviors or who understand how to build products and who understand ground level realities of those products, and they come together. I think this was pointed out earlier by Nadeem Saab as well, and Masima Kamal. The collaborations are key. We did a project with JICA and the Women Development Department, where we went into rural Sindh to assess how. So these are female home-based workers, very, very small micro entrepreneurs. What were their needs and what were their requirements, in terms of finances? And we interviewed both, the females and the males of the house. Both their responses were very different to the same questions. When the female was asked, what kind of, services do you require? She said, oh, I would rather save. The same male in her household, he said, how do I get a loan? So I think, and of course, doing even those kind of studies, you require enablement from, the public sector. So I think it's high time that we come together and we join hands. We cannot operate in silos. I think we've tried and tested that. It's not going to. It's not going to work. We've already wasted a lot of time, I feel. So I think we need to step to the, to the plate and start delivering in collaboration now.
Rightly pointed, and I think that before I jump to Vladimir, I think that when we see in terms of the work that's been done to enable and empower women, whether entrepreneurs or otherwise, again, the work, insights, all of that is in pockets. And if there can be, an effort that can put those insights together, I think that's where we'll, be the true opportunity to change, the scenario that we're talking about. Vladimir, I'm going to, because again, there's also, from a financial wellness point of view, if you can please talk about any existing initiatives that have been done in terms of public-private partnerships or what you think can be done to address the challenges we've talked about.
Thank you so much. Some great points have been shared. If you allow me, I will take it into a little different place, but it is still going to touch base the public-private partnerships and practical ways how we can really bring in more women and especially women entrepreneurs. Again, tapping into personal experience. Being a mother, first-time mother, I have a 6 weeks old or young newborn. And the only reason why I can sit here at this panel is because we, as a team in my company, we decided to allocate a small nursery where she sits and we have a support. And the same reason my husband sits in the previous panel, we are two entrepreneurs. Now, that whole experience of this privilege of having co-founders and investors who had the mindset of saying, of course, let's allocate, let's fund, let's bring you back in because that's what I wanted. That was my personal choice. Made me reflect on many other women founders who are parents who don't have that privilege. And that made me think about whether there is an opportunity for public-private partnership, which is focused on childcare support. Maybe it's not a sexy topic, but I think, as was said before, a lot of sort of action goes towards mentoring women, empowering women. I would say women are empowered. We need to build infrastructure, we need to build systems.
Yeah.
So some of the other examples that I've seen around this topic of childcare programs are where government and institutions supported a private entity, which, for instance, I was really happy to see in National Incubation Center in Islamabad 5 years ago when I entered, and there was childcare support within the premises, which was fantastic to see. So can we do something very practical within this space? Can we allocate a partnership? Can we allocate more funding to bringing women back, to those women who are ready, want to keep building their businesses, they need the support, the opportunities here.
That's definitely very important, especially because we've been talking about not just structural, challenges, but we wanted to focus on the person. Sarah.
In terms of public-private partnerships, because we have a segment of business that involves midwife-led or basic health units that are governed by the government into telemedicine centers. I think we've had a lot of experience in public-private partnerships. One of our major ongoing partnerships right now with Mazar Jammu, we've taken 13 of their basic health units and converted to telemedicine centers. The only reason we were able to participate in that tender and win is because it said that companies that are less than 3 years old can also apply to that tender. So majority of the time, we take gender aside, you're short down public-private partnerships in government tenders because not making that long list of tiers criteria that you can't do as a young company. Majority companies do not get their years of audits done very quickly because they're young, they're starting out, they don't have the financial means to do it. So I think the first thing that can be done very practically is to create more inclusion for younger companies and of course the young female-led companies that's cherry on top, which is what we're talking about here. But that space needs to be created for young companies to be able to compete in public tenders because if you're not getting enough funding, I think that's a very good way to scale your product and it goes at a mass market to the public through the government sponsoring and championing it. The second thing I've seen in other countries that I just want to put forward to you, there are a lot of ways to champion a woman. It's not just money. There are two other things that can be done along with money to give them scale, to give them growth. As Nadeem Saab said, growth is extremely important. One is creating more room for them for exposure. Exposure through mentoring is good, but I've mentioned that, so I won't mention it again. But also, giving them opportunities to represent themselves on international stages, giving them opportunity to funded travel, making sure that they can maybe take their child to that opportunity as well. Because as you get exposed to regional nuances, what's happening in the world, as you represent more and more of yourself on global stage, that is where you get the confidence to talk to more investors, to connect with more people. That's how I got it. Coming from a very non-business background where no one has done business in the last 7 generations, this was the only thing that I got to learn from people, from other circles that were not Pakistan religion. The third thing that I would say is, as Noreen also mentioned, there isn't just a growth with public-private partnerships or need to pursue them. There's also a big need to push private entities to work with younger companies as well, because that is where a lot of growth scale can happen for young companies. 70% of my profit in the company comes from the B2B partnerships that we've been able to create with insurance companies, with MFIs, with banks over the years, selling them our product. I know a lot of women entrepreneurs that never get that key in that door to open into that partnership, walk into that room and pitch their product. So I think something that can be tangibly done as a low-hanging fruit is creating more private partnerships between young companies, of course, female-led companies as well, and with corporations, because that can really help you grow even when you don't have adequate funding to put in your business. That's the story that happened with us. We've raised 3 rounds of funding, smaller rounds. So what maintained us and what grew us over the years was creating revenue from different nooks and corners, whether it was a private partnership or government-led partnership, or working with an MFI pushing our product. So I think that's also extremely important.
And Mariam, if again from development sector, of course, really has a lot of successful models as well, not just from Pakistan, but we can. What is it that we can learn that can be replicated or customized to suit the needs of what we've talked about with respect to Pakistan?
Well, there are quite a few models, and ADB has a very long history of working. In fact, one of their very major commitments is that by 2030, 75% of their all sovereign and non-sovereign operations would have gender inclusive component. So there's a very clear focus. But in Pakistan, at the moment, I'm sure the private sector would become more important once the credit rating of Pakistan itself improves. But at the moment, we're in a sovereign loan situation under ADB, but it is improving. So within Pakistan, again, since we're working with the public sector, what we're doing is, for example, with the SECP, we have just managed to conclude a quality finance policy. It's going to look at how you increase the inclusion of women within the non-bank microfinance sector. It is also looking at what do you call a financial product, which is a gender financial product. So we're also looking at that as well, actually teaching how do you create a product. We're also looking at things like climate finance, resilience, how do you build that? How do you actually create an entire conducive culture for women, so that it can be linked. That's with SECP, along with creating a gender consumer protection for them. For the SMEDA, I think they have completed, and now it's an improvement process, a women entrepreneurship policy, which is also looking at trying to address some of the challenges which I mentioned today. State Bank, far ahead. They have been banking on equality policy, which is brilliant. But actually looking at supervisory tools which can support it in terms of how do you measure it, looking at branchless banking within agents. That is also something that supporting. And right now, ADB is also discussing the V5 code, which is the entrepreneurship finance code in the Pakistani market, which is again looking at data, which is looking at commitments. And so lots of work which is happening at the top level, and it will trickle down and you would see change happening. Just one final thing. Pakistan has a certain culture. It has a certain setup. That's not going to change in my lifetime, and probably not in my child's lifetime. But staying within it, I think it's possible to move forward now because it is an economic imperative, right? So there is an opportunity in adversity, and I truly believe that. I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you for closing it at a very positive note, because that's what we want to do. And I would say that I think our generation has already started to, I think we can see that change. We're more vocal. We're looking to give more and expect more, and hopefully that effect will continue. I'd like to thank each one of you, especially for those of you who've been who've stepped up and shared those personal insights. And I've been told that we're the only thing stopping everyone, we're the barrier between the audience and the food. As you can all, the aromas are coming in. And also thank you so much to the audience for, being so patient with us while we wrap up our conversation. And of course, these conversations can go offline as well. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, our moderator, and of course, our esteemed panelists. And it was lovely seeing a panel with all females. And I've said it before, but I'll say it again. And it was very important and pertinent to this discussion as well. But Sumera, you were not the only one with reference to the discussion at lunch, because we still have more presentations and discussions moving forward. Next, we're going to be going ahead with a presentation on the startup ecosystem by Ms. Amna Aziz, who's a management accountant with almost 28 years of experience in both the private and public sector. She has been associated with formulating, implementing, and enforcing laws, rules, and regulations relating to financial services for over 21 years. He is currently working in the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan as head of lending and private fund department, and is also the convener of the Regulatory Sandbox Committee at SECP. Armed with a certification on fintech and regulatory innovation from Cambridge School for Alternate Finance, she heads SECP's initiative to facilitate transformation of financial services through technological innovation since the year 2020, and of course has been a very driving force behind today's very successful summit. So I'd like to invite Ms. Amna Aziz on stage to give a presentation on the startup ecosystem.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'd like to thank all of you for coming here and participating in this summit. As Sana mentioned, this cause is very close to my heart, and I am very passionate about the financial technology changing the financial services ecosystem around in the world and Pakistan in particular. Today, I stand before you to present the findings of the position paper on startup ecosystem that SECP had published a couple of weeks back. But before going into that position paper, I'd like to just walk you through the role and functions of SECP and how they connect with the startup life cycle. Because I feel it's very important that we understand that how SECP and why SECP is has taken this initiative to basically bring all the stakeholders together to talk about the startup ecosystem. Next slide. Just as NADRA is the registry of citizens of Pakistan, SECP is the registry of all incorporated businesses in Pakistan. So I can confidently claim that company incorporation is an end-to-end digitized process here at SECP, and almost all the incorporation processes are executed online. Currently, there are more than 200,000 companies registered, out of which almost 50% have been registered in the last 4 years. Then again, our registration portal is seamlessly integrated with FPR, the Provincial Excise and Taxation Departments, Employee Old Age Benefit Institute, and the Provincial Social Security Institutions. So once you formed a company, you can automatically integrate and be registered with these companies as well. The business registry also provides an option to fetch that company data online for identification purposes, so that we facilitate account opening for companies as well. In my interactions with the fintechs and freelancers in the technology sphere, I
often am questioned that why they should be forming a company and why they can't have just a business enterprise and work as an individual. So there are many benefits for both legally and financially for incorporating companies. A very significant advantage is the limited liability protection. That means that your personal assets, such as your home, your car, and other assets, are generally protected from the business risks and liabilities. Then the business incorporating and enhances the business reputation and credibility. It signals to the customer and suppliers and investors that you see your business. Investors may be more willing to invest in incorporated business as it offers more formal, structured business entity. Incorporating company gives perpetual existence to your business and indicates a long-term vision which provides stability and continuity. Then again, transferring ownership of a company is simpler and more efficient as it involves just transferring of shares rather than transferring the entire business. And another factor that is, and a very important factor when it comes to capital raising is improved creditworthiness. Incorporating can improve your business creditworthiness, making it easier to secure loans and lines of credit as well. Uh, to reap the benefits of incorporations, I think we can connect the startup life cycle with the types of companies that are allowed under the Companies Act and that are registered by the registry. For early seed funding and in the ideation stage, we've got single member companies and limited liability companies. Then for on the growth stage where startups are usually raising funds on Series A and B, we have private limited companies. They can form private limited companies to and proceed with their businesses. Then in the later extension stage, there's the possibility of conversion into a public non-listed company. And at the exit stage, of course, that is listing of the company that provides the exit from the startup ecosystem through an initial public offer at the capital markets. Similar to the type of companies, we see that the Companies Act provides a variety of equity instruments which companies can raise capital. It could be in form of ordinary or preference shares, convertible securities, warrants, employee stock options, and other equity-linked instruments. It is important to understand that the terms and conditions attached to these instruments can vary widely, and companies can tailor them to their own specific needs and circumstances. Similar to equities, company law also provides wide range of debt instruments that companies can issue. Companies can tailor these instruments in response to their specific circumstances and terms and conditions can be attached from company to company. Example of instruments are debentures, term finance certificates, TFCs, commercial papers, bonds, and other debt instruments. All the above debt and equity instrument type of companies, these have been made possible because SECP has been very agile, has a metrics framework, there's refinement in the company's ordinance. We have digitized all our operations through the project, and we also have a regulatory sandbox which was introduced in 2019 with test fintech solutions. As mentioned earlier, through regularly updating our frameworks, SECP allows fintechs to get licensed and operate in digital-only formats for lending business, for operating P2P platforms. We digitally only mutual fund managers or digital fund distributors as well. Similarly, on the capital market side, we have a regulatory framework that offers license to digital-only securities market broker, and we have the regulatory framework for the insurance sectors, where you can have an insurance license and operate digital only, in the digital space only. This was briefly an introduction of SECP and how SECP functions and roles are relevant to the startup ecosystem. Moving on to the paper on the startup ecosystem. The paper was published earlier this month as a run-up to the summit. The idea behind was to lay a foundation for an action plan to foster economic prosperity through startup growth. The position paper identifies key stakeholders and groups that into four main categories: governments and regulatory bodies, private sector and financial institutions, support organizations, and academic institutions. What we've seen in our study is that all these stakeholders are working on standalone basis. And we feel that to foster growth and enhance startup ecosystem, there has to be a meeting point in which they talk to each other and they provide an ecosystem that is harmonious. Then again, the challenges that we've identified in the position papers can also be divided into four main categories. First and foremost is being policy fragmentation. As Ma'am Seema Kamal also mentioned, there are like 5 different definitions of startups. There are 5 different definitions of startups within our policy framework. And they vary from organization to organization. We have SECP has its own definition, so has SPP, FPR, SCCA, and then SMEDA too has a definition that tells us what a startup is. Then again, there's fragmented initiatives that are taken by different government agencies and ministries, be it the Ministry of IT, Ignite, STCA, but they lack coordination. So and in certain cases, we're not even aware of what incentives that have been provided for startups as well. Then the other challenge is on the financing side. We see that there is a gap in the early stage financing. The sector in Pakistan itself is non-existent. Whatever PE/VC investments that are coming into Pakistan are in the holdco structure, and even international funding is being dried up. And we also see that there's a decrease in donor funding and grants over the years as well. The third category is fiscal and regulatory hurdles. In those, there's been talk about taxation and fiscal, and this is the greatest challenge with regards to P and VC side. P and VC investor, we believe that are at a disadvantage because they've been taxed twice, once at the fund level and the other at the individual investor level. And we have taken up this matter with FPR so that it can be resolved. And then again, there are certain incentives for startups from FPR, but I think they need to be communicated better so that startups know that what tax incentives that are there. Lastly, the support organizations. By support organizations, we mean hubs, labs, co-working places. We see that these provisions are basically concentrated in tier 1 big cities, but not in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, which we believe we have the young population over there and we do have the talent over there as well. So geographic concentration, resource security, lack of customization, and gender inequality that was being discussed in the panel earlier as well. And lastly, lack of mentorship and guidance and awareness. So these are areas that we've pointed out in our position papers that we believe should be addressed so that we can build a robust ecosystem. So by holding this summit, SECP wants all the stakeholders to sit together and address the challenges through a cohesive policy-driven framework. That is the main objective of this two-day event that we're hosting. Excuse me. As part of our research, we studied jurisdictions like UK, Singapore, India, and Malaysia. The common themes behind their success stories are structured, unified policy direction through assigning a single lead agency, recognizing and registering startups, having a structured incentive package with built accountability mechanism as well. So we're giving facilitation, we're providing incentives, they are supposed to be held accountable for that. That is how the effectiveness can be enhanced. And enablement of support provided at the level of tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And lastly, focus on improved HR quality by boosting the education standards. We believe that by adopting a multi-pronged approach to address the varying issue impeding growth of the startup ecosystem, we can find a way forward. We can start off by agreeing upon a single definition for startup across various regulatory regimes, designate a lead agency to steer startup ecosystem. On financing side, measures like government-backed private equity fund is desirable, but more sustainable, in our view, is the solution is the investment from private sector and family offices should be coming. Support system in form of improving HR quality through education, providing IT infrastructure and including high-speed tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and help startups showcase themselves so that not only the investors are interested in them, the other budding entrepreneurs can learn from them as well. So in the end, I'll just request that we should take the step forward and let's work on a collaborative framework with stakeholders across public and private sectors. Let's develop a dynamic policy framework for continuous adaptation and improvement. And let us showcase our self-belief and nurture the PUVC culture. It is our firm belief that with focus on inclusive support, Pakistan's startup ecosystem has drive substantial economic growth and social impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amna, for that comprehensive presentation and for ensuring that we have a direction that is set and, of course, a way forward as well for future strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving forward to our next discussion, and this panel session will be led by Ms. Amna Masood, a tech entrepreneur with 15 years of experience in research, product development, and the startup ecosystem. Currently serving as the head of insights at Invest to Innovate, she's also the founder of House of Pakistan, a digital platform that connects micro and small enterprises to new markets. And the panel session will be focusing on creating a conducive environment for startups, the role of policy, funding, and support agencies, and the key elements that are needed to create this thriving startup ecosystem in Pakistan, highlighting the roles of decision makers and policy makers and the actions that they can take to ensure that this does happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Amna Masood, who will then introduce the panelists to this session.
Thank you so much for the introduction and thank you for having me over here. I would first of all like to call upon Mr. Samra Habib, who is the Executive Director at the Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, with decades of experience in corporate governance, developing financial market infrastructure. She has played a critical role in aligning Pakistan's regulatory framework with international best practices, particularly in the non-banking financial sector. So, Ms. Tata. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Javed. He's the Executive Director of the Banking Policy and Regulations Group at the State Bank of Pakistan. With over 25 years of experience, he's known for his leadership in driving banking regulations, foreign exchange policies, and initiatives like digital banking and cloud. Then we have Mr. Khurram Jaffer, who is a known name and is a venture capital investor and the director of Seven Ventures. He's also a member of the board of directors at Karandas, Pakistan, which focuses on improving access to capital for small businesses and promoting financial inclusion. Next, we have Ashur Nazim. He's the founder and CEO of Aeon Digital, a leading fintech firm that partners with banks across the GCC to launch digital banking and open banking solutions. He's also the founder and managing director of Spire Tech, a market-shaping open banking business in the Middle East and Europe. Then I would like to invite Mr. Zubair Bilal. He has an MSc in economics and master's in tax policy and administration, and is currently serving as chief commissioner in Large Tax Bureau Office at FPR. Lastly, I would be inviting Mr. Sharjeel Murtaza, Chief Digital Officer at Karandas, Pakistan, and member board of directors at Parvaz Financial Services. Murtaza has over 16 years of experience in terms of digitizing IT and digital operations. Thank you so much for all of you that you took time and here to join us over here. So I would like to start with Ms. Khalda Habib. We had a recent position paper by SECP, which presented previously as well. So based on the different definitions that we have been seeing coming from the different regulators, and then a need for more specification around the definition that we are putting up for a startup. What do you think that still needs to be done in that respect, and what is SECP doing about that?
You rightly pointed out that in our position paper, we observed that various regulators, including SECP, SBP, FBR, STZA, SAMIDA, they all have one definition of startup, but the criteria to determine a startup vary from regulator to regulator. For example, if we look at the age, SECP says it could be less than 10 years, while the SPP or the SAMIDA says it should be less than 5 years. FBR definition age is entities incorporated after 2012, which means an open-ended definition. So with this variety of criteria, and the same goes in other criteria used for defining a startup, including the tenure, turnover, or the focus area. Though everyone's saying the focus area should be the innovation, but related to what sort of innovation is required. With this variety of definition, if a startup is eligible for some regulatory incentive from one regulator, for example, the FPR, this won't be eligible for certain other regulatory incentives that, in case of repatriation from state-owned definition, will be required. So, because here the period is 2012 onward, and other in the case of State Bank, it's 5 years less. So, this make a difference between a startup from one entity to another entity. So it's important that we define a basic harmonization of criteria that are used for this definition use. So any any criteria which is acceptable to all regulatory bodies, be it obviously relying on the basic characteristics of the startup, such as innovation. Everyone is working for a unique idea. It's not a product which is already available in the market. They are using technology. These are all scalable products, scalable businesses having high growth potential. Plus, the risk is always there. Any definition which will be catering of all these aspects acceptable to all would be a unified definition for which startup would be in a position if they fall under the same definition that wherever the regulatory incentive offered by any regulator, they will be able to use for those, and obviously this will be beneficial for the entire ecosystem too. What we also noted that having a standardized definition for the startup is important, but it's also important that there should be some designated agency that will be collaborating the define policy definition of all these regulators. So it's important that government do designate an entity which will be coordinating the policy framework for the startup. And also important it would be that such a designated agencies can lead to the development of centralized startup registry, which will enable all startups to have a central focus point, and all investors and the startup can rely on that registered company. I think with these legal steps that SECP or any other government entities can take, we will be in a position to provide an ecosystem which is beneficial for the development of startup.
So next, coming to you, Mr. Akhtar, startups thrive on capital. Other than the typical problem that we have about access to capital, there's also the issue about availability of capital. So how does the state bank plan to balance the need of startup funding with the high risk nature of such investments, especially given the conservative banking lending practices followed by the commercial banks?
Thank you very much. I think this issue is very critical and very important. Generally, banks in Pakistan are risk averse. And you know, due to the obvious reason, we have a lot of profitability because of some other non-risky activities. So that is the reason. So banks are not primarily focusing on these new ventures. And we also understand that the startup by nature of its business is also a new business. So banks don't have any credit history of most of the businesses. So that's the reason they avoid taking new risk on this startup. So realizing that, we have been advised bank. We have sort of instruction for banks. They have muscles and they have means and resources. If they want to invest in startups, so we given them through regulation more cushion and more room for investing more money in the startup if they want to start their own venture or their own businesses. So generally, this limit is very limited for the normal corporates. But for startups, because they have very low balance sheets, they have very low equity. So our normal regulation is around, bank cannot invest more than 5% in any particular venture. But in case of the startup, we have allowed them to put up to 10%. So that is one policy initiative we have taken from the side. And the other one, I think, we understand local market is not ready to lend. So we have also provided opportunity to startup to raise fund from. So we have also changed our exchange policy regulations as well, and we have allowed startups specifically to raise fund through convertible into equity. So generally, when they go in the market outside Pakistan, so the Pakistani market is not very attractive for the investors. So they usually start with the debt at the first stage, and if they have confidence, then they convert into the equity. So previously they were not allowed to raise these kind of funds, but State Bank of Pakistan has allowed startups specifically, so they can raise convertible debt, which can subsequently be converted into equity at the later stage. So that is one facility. And similarly, another initiative which is also related to the foreign exchange, raising fund from abroad. We have allowed startups to establish holdco abroad Many investors who are not ready to take direct risk on Pakistan jurisdiction, so they are more comfortable if the entity is established outside Pakistan and they are ready to put money in that company, and that company can invest in Pakistan. So we have also allowed startup to start to establish also outside Pakistan and then invest in Pakistan.
Just a follow-up question on that. Do you believe that allocating a specific mandate to these commercial banks to allocate a specific fund amount to be invested in startups would be something that would benefit?
I think that can be a good initiative, but generally, I think I already said that this is not for the startup. Banks are not ready to lend anybody. So even for the individual, but we have to create a balance. Giving a mandate to the bank, I think, although it's very positive, it can create a positive environment and create positive funding. But it has never been discussed internally. So this can be a good move. I agree.
All the more reason for us to have a collectively agreed definition for a startup.
Can I add to that, Amna?
Yes.
Globally, if you look at banks, they're not in the business of giving money to startups, primarily because startups are very asset light. Generally, the way startups raise money is through equity funding. And the risk profile of those investments is day and night different from the risk profile that banks come forward. So I think it's noble and ambitious and great if banks get into this business and maybe perhaps allocate a small portion of their capital towards providing risk capital to startups, but it generally doesn't happen. I think what we need to get the banks to do is be more friendly to startups in terms of, right, even today, opening a bank account is a challenge for a startup, for a young aspiring startup with two young kids just graduated, want to open a corporate account, get a corporate credit card. These things are still challenging for banks. Right? Getting small lines of credit is still a challenge for startups. So I think those are the things that the banks and perhaps the state bank through their agencies needs to focus on. But pushing them to or expecting them to push banks to start making equity high risk investments in startups probably not might be a in my opinion.
So the next question is for you. We will take it into an era that has seen the evolution and growth of local sport organizations, the NICs, and the incubators. As the ecosystem matures and moves towards market correction, where do you feel these organizations might still be having blind spots in terms of attending rightly to the specific needs of the new entrepreneurs that we're seeing?
Well, I think if you look at the journey of these sport organizations, they've taken a they've progressed very naturally. Early around 10, 12 years ago, this whole sort of movement started. There was a need to create a lot of thought, get the word out, encourage young entrepreneurs who are passionate about solving a problem, consider entrepreneurship a career choice because everybody, in the country will essentially offer a job as soon as they graduate. So I think it was necessary to create a lot of hype, which a lot of these NICs and Plan 9s and Nest Idols and all these incubators did a good job of getting the word out, providing as much support as possible to these young entrepreneurs to consider entrepreneurship as a viable alternative to pursuing a job. But I think over time now, after 10, 12 years, one of the things that these support organizations need to recognize is that they need to now double down on their support for real entrepreneurs. And there should be enough maturity now to sift out the real passionate, resourceful entrepreneurs from the ones who are doing it because they think it's cool to run a startup or have a CEO title. There's a lot of that. I think that earlier on the panel that as well. A lot of these support organizations are just filling up seats and sort of not doing a very good job of allocating the, the, the small resources that they have towards supporting entrepreneurs who have a real shot at building a company. I think they need to now, it's just the youth, as opposed to just the youth. I think they need to focus on getting slightly more seasoned professionals who are out there in the industry to consider launching startups as well. Startups are not easy. They're certainly not easy in an environment like Pakistan. They need, not just somebody who's passionate about solving a problem, need somebody who's resourceful, who can get some doors open with network, with some experience building systems, working with processes and such. So we need to get more seasoned professionals to consider entrepreneurship, um, especially at this stage of our development. And I think they also need to now focus on figuring out how to work with the policymakers and the regulators and people with resources to make capital available to these through these support organizations. I think the focus is spend will give you a desk and you'll have access to free coffee and we'll connect you with some mentors who will come in without no vested interest in the success of the startup to creating a vested interest in their success by connecting them with sources of capital. And that's a very difficult, job. It's not easy to make a case for investing in Pakistan. Quite frankly, I know we had some feel good stories here, and that's great. All the startups and entrepreneurs have been able to raise money. They've been, very resourceful in attracting that capital. But to continue to be able to do that and raise the next 10, 20, $30 million that you need in order to grow a startup in a country of 250 million, which is, the starting site of every startup pitch deck, you need tens of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, and that capital is not available. You need to mobilize local investors, people who have the wealth, family offices to start, investing in this asset class. And that requires a lot of incentives. That's the way the US ecosystem was built. That's the way the Israeli ecosystem was built. That's the way the European ecosystem was built. All the things that Amna was talking about, the Startup India program and the Singapore program, the EIS, the SEIS, all of these programs are there to incentivize investors who consider this asset class as something that's viable, and by providing these subsidies or incentives, they're essentially getting them to mitigate the risk of investing in these startups.
Thank you. So just a follow-up question for you. With the recent closure of the National Incubation Center's National Expansion Plan, do you think there is a need for more intervention at the hyper-local level at Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities?
No, I don't disagree with that. I know I had that in the slide that there's a lot of geographic. You mentioned that as a challenge that there's concentration, but I think concentration is good. It happens in every country. America, there are 2 or 3 very dense ecosystems where entrepreneurs migrate to, because those ecosystems have access to capital, they have access to resources, they have access to talent that these businesses require. Spreading entrepreneurship all across the country perhaps might not be a very smart idea. Just learning from these mature ecosystems. I think density is good. It attracts talent to those dense areas. It attracts capital to those dense areas. It allows for the implementation of new products and services because people are attuned to and they've gotten used to innovative products and services. So expecting somebody to launch a high-risk startup in Barcelona or second or third tier cities might not be a very smart idea, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Right. So moving on to Mr. Zubair, how is it if we are currently addressing the issue of double taxation faced at the fund level that we also saw in Amna's slide?
Thank you very much for having me here to represent FPR and explain the regulatory side from fiscal angle. As we know that legal or regulatory arrangement for addressing double taxation is present in taxation laws of almost every jurisdiction around the world, and was also present with the taxation laws of Pakistan, specific provision section 107, which addresses the idea of double taxation. And Pakistan has entered so far almost 66 double taxation treaties with many jurisdictions across the world. And as for addressing the issue of taxation of startups with respect to the double taxation treaties is concerned, I would say that, of course, we focus on taxation of incomes, and incomes have like various component and various types. And the double taxation treaties actually have addressed almost all aspects when we enter into negotiations with various countries. For example, I would say that about business income, there is a very elaborate article on taxation of business income, and it equally applies to startups as well. PE of a non-resident is it has to pay tax in Pakistan, and otherwise the non-resident has to pay tax in his own jurisdiction. Charge taxation here, he has a right to collect it over there in his own country. So that is the main purpose of double taxation. And another aspect of dividend income of the investors is in the all double taxation treaties entered into by Pakistan with other countries. And I would also mention the interest income. I would also say interest on capital gain. That is also properly taken care of. Double taxation treaties entered into by Pakistan with other countries. Pakistan has also entered into multilateral treaties, of course, but I would focus on double taxation treaties because they more focus on the taxation, protecting the the residents of that country from the taxation. And also, I think the framework is very from case to case basis. We address these issues, and here in large office, very occasionally we come across these issues. We are here to, of course, support the business community, including startups. So there is a well-placed structure and regulatory framework for addressing the issue of double taxation. And we basically follow the OECD model. We used to follow UN model, but later on, most of the countries have shifted to OECD model. So all in all, I say that double taxation treaty agreements with other countries, they fully account for issues faced by the startups, and individual basis, from case to case basis, they are well attended in tax offices because we fully appreciate and realize the importance of startups. I was just talking to a delegate here when I arrived, and I was just sharing my own views on that, that this is the best avenue for us to bridge our current account deficit gap as fast as possible. So this is the area having a huge bunch which we need to focus and support. So FBR is very much cognizant on that. Thank you.
That's a relief to hear. So, Sharjeel, for you, the question is more towards the tech innovation side because that is something that you bring to the table. So, given the rate of tech adoption in Pakistan, what technologies or trends do you see as most promising in terms of expanding the digital innovation and fintech adoption?
Ji, Assalamu alaikum once again, and thank you very much for having me on this esteemed panel, first of all. Look, I would like to start off with this. Pakistan is definitely progressing in the tech space. We are catching up quite fast now. Of course, our journey is bound to be a bit more, difficult and complex for the other factors as well. However, we have a lot of good blueprints to follow from global examples. So purely from a tech standpoint, as you all are aware, one of the key things that has been missing for a long time was the availability of digital public infrastructure. All these big success stories that we hear about, the Estonian story, the Singapore story, the Indian story, they all have a very well laid out digital public infrastructure as the cornerstone for the whole success story. In Pakistan, thankfully, we have completed the first implementation for the payments layer, as we call it, logically, with RAS being implemented by State Bank of Pakistan. At Karandas, we feel very proud for being a part of it and continue to be a part of it. There is a natural progression from that point onwards, and that's what we are really focused on right now. We have to move on with implementing the next most useful layers of DPI. I would like to segregate them in essentially two more layers. One is the digital identity, and the other is the data exchange. Now, just for clarity, I would like to talk about it briefly. Use the identity that we have today in form of Nadra as a digital identity. It's not. It is a digitized identity, and it is a great starting point. We have this huge advantage of having Nadra in place and the whole ID system being fully digitized. However, the presence-less, I should say, ID is what we need to move forward to make it more viable for the entire ecosystem to leverage that. Along with that, of course, data is the most powerful thing. Is the thing that we all need to start capitalize on. Right now, we have a lot of data sets lying around in public sector, private sector, but they're in silos. So the need to bring it all together through a data exchange layer is of most importance. The time is right, the situation is right. With the financial ecosystem, especially the fintech space, booming. Putting these layers of infrastructure in place would certainly help the ecosystem advance the agenda further. And that's what at Karandas we are focused at, especially by applying the lens of increasing financial inclusion. We see these things as key components moving forward. And just one more thing that comes to mind, purely from a payments space perspective, there's a lot of innovation that's coming through the pipeline. I think offline payments use cases also need to be developed, considering that in our country still, even though we have very good coverage, but still it's not sufficient. The coverage of connectivity is not still available to a large subset of population who are underserved and unserved. So offline payments is one thing that I would say the private sector, they have to innovate in that space. Again, a lot of examples globally available. So we hope that we can also nurture that mindset and we can support such initiatives in the future.
Thank you for that. I think we're missing PT, someone from PT on the panel over here. Could have perhaps led on to that question. Khalda, coming back to you, since we're talking about investments and the inroads for that, a significant amount of funding in emerging economies like Pakistan comes in the form of impact investments. In order to drive a lot of different types of impact investments, you need to be registered as a social enterprise. So again, going back to the concern on definitional problems, what do you see happening in that front? Could we have kind of definitions and regulations around this?
Very pertinent question. I think we have been hearing a lot about impact investment that is willing to come to Pakistan and invest in Pakistan startups. I think the basic need.
I think they're trying to point out that Usher is also online. So our other panelist is also online. I think that's what they're trying to bring to your notice.
All right, Ashur. Thank you for joining in. I'll come back to you after Khalda answers the question.
I think the basic need to attract such impact investment is awareness and understanding of our startup entrepreneurs. That what are basically the ESG principles, what are their social and environmental responsibilities, and first understanding and then adopting and embracing those principles, so that they are in a position to be presented before such impact investors that these startups are innovative ideas that have already embraced such principles, basic principles of social enterprises, so that giving them the due confidence that they can invest in these startups. SECP is well positioned to drive this strategy for adoption of this framework for social enterprise. But obviously, this will be done in collaboration and consultation with all stakeholders. We can work with the government enterprises, the accelerator, the innovators, and the investors as well. Just in the form of this summit that we are working on now, SECP will collaborate with all the stakeholders to define what the framework should be for the social enterprises. And then meantime, we will be encouraging the entrepreneurs, the innovators, and the startups to explore the impact investment opportunities available abroad so that they come up and see that enterprises in Pakistan have already adopted the social enterprise aspects. CP has started the consultation process for the ESG already, but this is limited to the first this guidelines are for the listed companies only, and we have started consultation on the disclosure requirement for the ESG for the entire corporate sector. Obviously, this next stage for innovators and startups, giving the framework for the social enterprises, will also require due consultation with all the stakeholders, and we are willing to into this direction. Obviously, and going forward, we look forward that once we have a complete framework developed in consultation with all stakeholders, we will be in a position to impact investment coming to Pakistan. Definitely, in the future.
Thank you. So, Asher, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So, welcome to the session and thank you for taking out the time to joining us. Asher, my question to you is that where are we currently lacking in terms of improving Pakistan's regulatory framework to better support fintech innovation while also maintaining the necessary safeguards?
Assalamualaikum, first of all, and thanks for having me on this panel. So two observations. One is, of course, we are on the right track in terms of the regulatory framework. But when we look at the regional and international market, couple of important things. One is the sandbox itself should be a testing ground for new innovation, right? And improvised environment. Again, the more we can have that, the better. It reduces the cost and risk of all these new business models which are coming up, whether from startups or from established corporates. The second, my esteemed colleague talked about data exchange, right? So in the regional and national market, what we are seeing is open banking era, and that is about breaking the monopoly of the established few financial institutions and allowing the exchange of data in a regulated, structured manner to new fintechs who can then use it for specific use cases. And that is taking off big time. And that will completely change the paradigm. And let me just share with you what it means. So in UK is one of the market leaders when it comes to open banking. In UK, the first year of full open banking was 2018. And it was year one, and there were 60 million API calls in year one only. Fast forward 4 years, 2022. Any guesses in terms of how many API calls would have been there? 6 billion. So, and then fast forward 2023 July, and you are seeing 1 billion API calls per month. And what that means is there are all these new which are putting data to use, for example, either to find me a better mortgage rate or consolidate trillion in 4 years, 1 billion per month from July 2023 onwards. And this only represents less than 10% market adoption. So imagine when it hits the mainstream. So that's the kind of specific tsunami that's coming our way. And I believe the earlier we take a start in Pakistan on these two matters, the better.
Thank you. So I move on to Akbar. The current policies regarding repatriation of profits is a matter of great concern for everyone across the table. So, what is State Bank's position on that?
this concern is not related to policy. Actually, this is we have been facing a challenge in recent years. So as per policy, there is no restriction. Thank you. And we have been practicing this for many years, not only for the last 2, 3 years. So you know that State Bank of Pakistan and the Pakistan economy and the whole has been facing foreign exchange challenges. So that was the reason there was some difficulty in outflow of the foreign exchange. Otherwise, there is no restriction as per policy. Every everyone can bring foreign currency and can take foreign currency as per no restriction. Just there is one need. You have to give a proof. When you bring foreign currency, you have to give a proof in the form of the PR realization certificate that money has come from abroad. You have to register with the State Bank of Pakistan. If that step has been completed, then there is no restriction for the taking out. So that was slightly a bad patch for the 2 years.
But just to follow up on that, that there's a long list of compliances and documentation that needs to be submitted. So is there some thought process going on to ease that whole process?
We are already working on this to simplify this outflow processes. We have been handing over to the bank, but generally you have been listening there that the banks, there are some restrictions, some requirement from the State Bank of Pakistan, but sometimes banks add on from their own sides. So we are trying to find out what are the additional impediment which are not required by the State Bank, but some of the banks or most of the banks are asking for document or those informations. So we are trying to simplify this outright repatriation.
All right, thank you. So next is my next question. We are currently in the process of doing data collection and analysis for the Pakistan Startup Ecosystem Report. So one common concern that came out of the focus groups and the one-to-one interviews that we did for the founders was that financial literacy remains a challenge for them. A basic understanding of how term sheets and cap tables work is something that they completely do not have any information or awareness on. So do you think this and a couple of perhaps there are other areas that need to be addressed more specifically and more in advance for the sport organizations?
But I mean, founders need to know basic finance, corporate finance, profit and loss, balance sheet, cash flows, and such. I think if somebody doesn't have formal training around that, plenty of organizations that support that. NICs, for example, or a lot of these incubators and accelerators, they get mentors and experts from the industry to come in and educate these basic things. As far as the financial literacy around term sheets and structuring and all of that, I would make an argument that it's not a necessary skill to have. If you know that, that's good. It gives you an edge. But that's what good lawyers are for and good advisors are for. We have Osiris here, Paparis in Karachi. These guys do this for a living day in and day out. And at some point in time, you have to realize that my focus ought to be on building my product or service and taking care of my customers. And all of these details around cap table structuring and fundraising and term sheet negotiations are best handled by lawyers. So I would say that feel free to find a good lawyer and delegate that business to them. That's how it's done globally everywhere. But yes, and every founder is not literate in every skill that is needed to grow a company, and that's where self-awareness kicks in. And you need to know that I am good at technology, and hence I need somebody who's good at marketing, and I need somebody who's good at finance, and that's what our startup needs. And then it's up to you to go out and find those people that bridge that knowledge or skill gap in the organization. But as far as specialized expertise goes, I think it's best outsourced to experts who do that day in, day out.
All right. So next, over to you, Zubair. So with a huge informal economy operating on a parallel, do you think that the policies around taxation and the way taxation policies should be implemented they need a revisit in terms of making it easier and not that fierce for SMEs and MSMEs, because generally the startup system is just one layer above that, based on that economy when it is documented and formalized.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree and subscribe what you said. We need to create an environment of taxpayer friendliness and facilitate them for their filing needs and for other issues on day-to-day basis. You know, this is a very public topic that space is very narrow and we need to bring more and more people into TaxNet. And for that, I think FPR in recent years has a huge progress in terms of like if we see that now we have almost like about 10 million people on our register with recently filing figure was marvelous, almost more than 5 million filers who filed their fresh returns on this during this financial year. So FPR basically believes in creating a environment, user taxpayer friendly environment, not to intimidate, not to of course squares, not to make the procedure complicated. And for that, FPR has made many movements and taken many steps, and both in terms of on-ground implementation and creating structures, and also providing it in law. Recently, you might have heard that FBR has introduced a scheme which is called Taj Pro scheme. We launched that scheme, and so there was big resistance from business community to follow that scheme or to get themselves registered under that scheme. So we were always in dialogue with them. The problem starts with the trust gap, of course, between the citizen and the state. So that is the philosophical debate rather. So I would just come to the practical steps what FBR has taken. FBR actually has a dedicated directed journal for broadening of tax base. And let me share, I have also been heading that directorate journal a few years back when I was in head office. So actually, that directorate journal is doing a lot. It has tried to automate the whole process of registering new taxpayers just to make sure that it is transparent and no one is intimidated or harassed. So we have tried to devise a very accurate system of collecting data from third-party sources to be integrated with the data holding organization, uh, financial transactions like banks, property registering authorities, and vehicle registration authorities. We collect data on regular basis from these organizations. We have entered into MOUs with these organizations, and then we share that data electronically with the regional tax offices having jurisdiction on that prospective new taxpayer to bring him on tax. And we issue very polite notices, and we also follow up on a very regular basis. On field level, we have like dedicated units for new taxpayers. Anyone who wants to have like information and guidelines for uh, coming on the tax roll, he can always visit our office and open if he wishes to come. And we have also devised a system for like smart service, and that played a very positive role. Local teams are constituted and in collaboration and complete understanding with the local trade bodies. They visit local markets. They conduct a very random survey. Don't touch the prospective tax register. They like touch on random basis, and it gives a very good message to the business community that they need to be on tax road. And going forward, we have been listening recently that data integration and digitization of FPR, that would be rather a step forward to plan the tax base and facilitate the taxpayers on bringing them out tax roll. Digitization basically has two components, I would say. One is integration with the databases and developing data analytics. on also seeking the help of AI and the latest technology. And the other is integration of businesses with the FBR database. And we all know that point of sale system has been reduced, though there are problems, but we are like every situation is improving. We are plucking out the deficiencies or the loopholes, and the situation is getting better day by day. So I think situation, if I compare it with the last 5 years, it has improved a lot. We have been able to convince people that if it is good for them to be on text role instead of staying outside TextNet, because uh, staying outside TextNet is very expensive for, and it has been made very expensive for the business community. So everyone has to be on text role. This is our motto. The final thing is that we need to kill the cache. So actually, killing the cache is the basic I think strategy. And how we are going to kill the cache, I think for that, I think fiscal and monetary regulators sit together to, as sir is also here, and devise a cohesive strategy that how we can implement and encourage business transactions through bank to bank. That would ultimately bring, I think, expand the tax base and, of course, bring our tax collections also upward.
So I have one last question for Shirley, and then I'll be having one common question for all of the panelists. So please bear with me. We'll be some time. Shirley, given the unique social-cultural dynamics of Pakistan as a country, do you think that currently what kind of products or services which the fintech companies are offering widely available in the market, do you see profitability happening in the next 3 to 5 years? And if not, then what is it that needs to be done? Or
This is a great question. So, to be honest, we feel there's still a lot of space in terms of developing the right products, especially for, I would go again back to what remains our area of focus, the underserved and yes, the journey has already started. I would definitely appreciate the efforts and the contributions that the fintech space is already starting to make. But the product development has to be more diverse. Especially, it has to be with a focus beyond Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad, famously known as KLI. Again, from a Karandas perspective, we are there to support innovation. We are there to support testing of business models. We are there to support experimentation, whether it's product related or business model related. And what we are doing, or we have started doing over the last 12 to 18 months, I would say that every intervention that we are about to embark on supporting, we do induct a significant number of goals which are related to tier 2, tier 3 cities. So product development needs to carry on, needs to gain more momentum. Of course, it's not quite there yet. What products are already out there? Yes, we can definitely hope and see that if they focus on the more juicier markets, they would probably be profitable in that time frame. We've already seen some good success stories come through as well. But I think the key challenge or the key issue that we all need to focus on collectively is development of a more diverse product range. Because without that, the underserved will still remain underserved, and the concentration in the KLI, the fluent class of top 5%, 4% would be maintained. And that's not going to solve the bigger macro problems.
So I'll also begin the last question with you. Are we missing, since we have so many representatives from the right kind of organizations over here? So I would take the liberty to have this question to have it with all of you. That are we missing any specific kind of partnerships and interconnectedness, like we saw in Amna's presentation, that policy fragmentation that is out there, data fragmentation that is out there. And we have seen certain success stories coming out of the collaborations between SECP and State Bank of Pakistan in terms of sandboxes that have been released. So based on this, what needs to be further done by making this more interconnected and cohesive?
Sure, I can go first briefly. Maybe my more experienced panel member can contribute. I think in the public sector space, we must appreciate that there are 2 or 3 very big initiatives which have taken place. SECP, as the regulator or as the home for all the businesses, is going through a massive digital transformation program. Why? The key focus is to increase ease of doing business in Pakistan. So that regulator is doing what they can do. In parallel, State Bank of Pakistan is going after, as I've said, killing the cash. So they are working day and night on digitalization of payments. For that, they have put it in the RAST payments layer, and they're moving forward with the agenda. Then comes, of course, the Federal Board of Revenue. They have also started on a massive digitalization campaign. They have been doing that in the past as well. But this time they're going after various value chains to make the tax collection more equitable, first of all, and then, of course, broaden it as well. That's the only way to make it more equitable. While these things are happening from the public sector, the digital financial services ecosystem, or the fintech in particular, yes, they are doing a great job out there, and they are also having their own reasonable, more than reasonable share of challenges. I think the policymakers, regulators, they also need to create more conducive policies, but the private sector also needs to take a few steps forward. Everything cannot be expected only from the public sector. They have to be more innovative product development, as we talked about. There has to be a shared responsibility, especially around running the KYC processes. It's already on the horizon. It's out there, but it's too slow. It can be ramped up pretty quickly. Third, I would talk about a very important aspect, that is the digital frauds. With the whole digitalization going around, there's no surprise, there's nothing extraordinary that the frauds will also go up. So there has to be a shared responsibility. Private and public sector need to partner on this through data sharing, through being open data, all these things will, sort of help curb the digital fraud risks with that. So plenty of avenues to partner, I would say. Thank you.
So in the reverse order today, I would have the same question for you. What could be done?
Yeah, I think most of the things he has already explained, and I think the most important thing is to develop a permanent mechanism of collaboration between the SECP, FBR, State Bank, and also representatives of private sectors. Because we need to move in a coherent manner. All issues which he has pointed out, I think the digital frauds, again, with the advent of digitalization, digital fraud is also there. We need to bridge that gap through improved, of course, and again, the startups would play their role in this too. So my take is that I think collaborative move would do better for creating a better ecosystem for startups, as well as moving forward on the path to digitalization and transparency. So as a representative of FBR, I think from FBR viewpoint, as much as the digitalization is done on a very fast pace, I think the declarations of incomes and transparency in terms of transactions and the completion of value chain, as we have mentioned, be more like professionally possible for us to capture it and to improve this of self assessment declarations on a more I would say that equitable basis. So thank you.
Thank you, Zubair. Over to you, Puram.
Again, I agree. There's no doubt that SECP, State Bank, to some extent FPR, or these support organizations have done. They've taken a lot of initiatives and made a lot of policy interventions to support startup ecosystem. But I think another challenge here, which I think needs to change, is we sort of let go of things too early. So to me, making a new policy initiative is like birthing a child. वो साइडलाइंस पे मिलते हैं कॉन्फ्रेंसेस की कोलैबोरेट करते हैं डेटा एक्सचेंज करते हैं एक पॉलिसी बनती है वो पब्लिश कर देते हैं वेबसाइट पे डाल देते हैं and now we think that the job is done whereas that's just the beginning of the job पॉलिसी बना के उसको इम्प्लीमेंट, एंड आई कैन गिव वेरी स्पेसिफिक एग्जांपल्स। जब रजा बाकर साहब गवर्नर थे, उनके पास गए, उन्होंने कहा कि टेक स्टार्टअप्स का एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है कि उन्होंने छोटी छोटी पेमेंट्स करनी होती हैं गूगल क्लाउड सर्विस को, अमेजोन को, 50-60 सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स हैं। And he listened. State Bank was very accommodating. They listened. They published a circular and said, "Okay, if you're a startup, there's certain limit within these limits. You can make payments to these businesses, online businesses outside of Pakistan." It's a very reasonable policy. But I assure you, no startup sitting here has had a good experience and managed to make those payments. Everybody is making those payments on their personal credit cards. Policy is there, but उसकी dissemination नहीं है, उसकी awareness नहीं है, उसकी support नहीं है, उसकी enforcement नहीं है, right? So we need to make these policies. We need to educate all the ecosystem players that touch that are affected or touched by that policy, and we need to support those ecosystem players for capacity building, and we need to have some mechanism of addressing challenges faced by the startup founders or whoever the person is, जिसको facilitate किया जा रहा है कि ये काम नहीं हो रहा है, I'm not able to make payment to AWS bank account, or I'm not able to easily create stock options. I'm not able to figure out how to price the stock options, right? I'm not able to do buybacks from founders who are leaving the country. So these rules and policies might all be there. लेकिन इसकी I think we're a little premature in giving up on those and then moving on to the next thing. So I think we just need to stick with it a little longer.
The same question for you. I would also like you to touch upon what followed in terms of your collaboration with SECP.
Thank you. I think everybody realized that we cannot move forward unless the all stakeholders in the ecosystem work together. So State Bank of Pakistan realized this, and we have formal arrangement with SECP, with PTA, with the NADRA, although they are not the regulator, but they are the player in the overall eKYC. So all the stakeholders, State Bank is very closely working with them, and many we have a formal arrangement with MOU to work closely. So I think this is very important. I would also like to comment on the forum. This is very important. I think as a policymaker, I must realize that the policy on paper on website is different, but it's not working right. So as you mentioned, that a lot of policy we have been, and we are facing the same challenge when we go in the public meet with the people, so they are not aware. So realizing that recently, Pakistan has initiated mass awareness campaign. It will start from Karachi to the GB, and we have collaborating with the PSAB, with the MYT, with the all key stakeholders to bring together all the stakeholders who are which also include the freelancers, the startups, and other businesses as well, to give them an overview of what good work we have done and how they can get benefits. So we also include the banks, we also include the user and the policymakers. So that is, I think, the right approach to reach to the public. So that was missing part, I think, of implementation of policy. So policy on paper and policy on the ground is a different. So we can only reach to them after collaboration with the all stakeholders.
Thank you. So, closing the session with you. Also, I would like you to tell us about that what worked for SECP in terms of how the vision played out in terms of the execution, and the reason that we have been able to see so many digital transformation in such a short period of time.
While endorsing what my earlier colleagues said, that not only the policy is important, but implementation of the policy. No, I think I can reflect on that SCCP started this journey a couple of years back when we initially did diagnostic review, this system led by this position paper on startup ecosystem. So purpose of this conference was basically to identify what are the challenges that startup innovations, innovative ideas they are facing, and what should be the strategy to address those challenges. So going forward, I think SECP is committed to address these areas, and as an outcome of this, to this summit would be a position paper or a policy document to be worked in collaboration with all stakeholders. We will be developing a strategy document, which will be basically addressing the challenges that the startups are facing, what regulatory interventions are required in case of funding, what are the areas that need to be addressed. Just would like to highlight that we all understand that funding is in startups is required. The only option is the VC venture capitalists at the level of the foreign impact investment. But elsewhere, to fund these risk startup areas. So I think the crowdfunding would be definitely a solution to address requested few applicants for this crowdfunding area. So leading the outcome of conference would basically a comprehensive strategy to be implemented and implementation strategy.
Thank you so much. Right now, between the participants in their lunch time and joining us on the session. And just one last remark before we close off the session is that um, as we have been speaking to a lot of stakeholders across the table for the research report that we're working on, everyone is doing a lot and trying to do a lot, but in silos. And somehow those successes, those struggles did not get reflected or they're not out in the open for all of us. So I think collectively, there is more need to appreciate the efforts of everyone as part of this ecosystem, either it's the government, the regulator, or founders in sport organizations. So with that, thank you everyone for sitting here and being patient. So
Thank you very much, Amna, and the esteemed panelists for a wonderful panel session and, of course, sharing these very valuable insights for all of us. And, of course, this way forward is extremely important, and the strategic initiatives already taken and those that can be taken in the future will be integral to the success of not only this conference, but the future direction that we set today and tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for lunch. I hope you have a great lunch, and we'll be back after a short break and continue with two more important sessions.